Hi everybody, this is Sam with Python Basics, and I'm going to be experimenting and trying a live stream tonight. So this is for absolute beginners. So we're actually going to kind of review some of the first videos that are on this channel and just go ahead and get started. So first we're going to start out in the shell. Right here, this is also called idle. But you'll hear me refer to it a lot as shell. And this is the prompt, or actually most commonly referred to as the REPL. Read, print, loop. So, all right, so in Python, we use variables to do things. And the way that Python works, actually, let's just do this. So, like I said, my name's Sam, and we're going to assign a string. So in Python, there are 4 main variables, and then we'll go from there. But it's an integer for a number, a float for a number that has a decimal, then a boolean, which is true or false, which is basically the roots of how computers work, and we'll learn more about that. And then a string is anything else. And here's the catch. A number can also be a string, and we'll deal with that later. So right here, I have assigned my name to the variable name by using the equal sign. You're used to the equal sign showing balance between two sides of an equation. In Python, it links that variable name to this information in variable. So in memory, excuse me. So now I'm going to I'm just going to type this variable again, and it comes out, and lo and behold, it still has my quotation marks. So that's a string. So now let's do an integer. All right, I call that. Now here, actually, pi, 3.14. I call pi, and so on and so forth. So one of the things that is very powerful in Python is it has a lot of things already built for us. One of them is the print function. And the way that I like to let people and make people aware of this is, all right, so print, it's purple, and it has parentheses. So you'll kind of hear that a lot over and over and over again. All functions have to have parentheses, even when you're making your own, and we'll deal with that very soon. So now, if I were to, when I called name, that doesn't really look very good. But now if I use our print function and my parentheses and I pass in some sort of stuff, it can be the actual information or an object. Remember that word, object. There we go. So now that prints out much, much nicer, doesn't it? So let's see where we are. All right. So, oops, sorry about that. So now we need to look at another function. So the dir function. What this does is, another wonderful thing about Python is it has a tremendous amount of information setting out there waiting to help you with it. So dir name. So whoa. Now what is all this? This is actually, and I want you to remember this word, a list, keep that in mind, of everything you can do with a string. So a perfect example is title or upper. Here's a great example. So name dot upper. Boom. It capitalized every character in this string. So let me rephrase that, or let me say that again. every character in this string. So right here, that is a string, even though it's empty. And now, here's another function. And you know it's a function because it's purple. And make sure you can see that. Okay. You know it's a function because it's purple. So now if I were to pass in name.upper and close this out, so I'm passing in stuff. And then I hit my enter. I get the actual definition of it. Python has all these things built in for you, and that is what is so awesome about the Python community. So much work has already been done for us, and we just stand on the shoulders of the other developers. So all right, I know we're going to go over a lot of stuff here, but this is for complete beginners. If you're new here, thanks for joining us. Make sure you're hitting that subscribe button and the notification bell, because we got videos coming out all the time, and this live stream is a new little experiment. We'll see how it goes. So all right, return a copy of string converted. So we're going to learn more about this return here in a few minutes, but what return does is it's a way to say created. So you'll also see in place or the lack thereof. So if it does not say return, it's in place, and vice versa. So all right, let's see where we are. All right. So now there is actually a way to create our own functions. So we need to talk about keywords in Python. So right now we can't use dir as a variable, and we can't use help as a variable. And there's actually a list right here, and I'm going to show you how to get into the interactive mode of help in Python. Into the prompt, you type in help, open, close parentheses, and you literally get this prompt right here. And as you can see right there, keywords. Keywords. You hit enter, and here is a list of all the keywords that Python has already said, hey, don't use these for any variables or any other use. They already have a purpose in Python. So talked earlier about true and false. And let's see, there we are. There's false. And all right. So then you just exit out of here. So now I'm going to show you, this is a little choppy, but let's type in hi. And then print hi. So let's look and see what I do here. So I like to say that on your header line, you need 4 things with the option of a 5th. So now here's a keyword, def, short for definition. Then you need to name the function. So right here, we're actually creating our own function in Python that we can use later. And a function is the smallest of smallest pieces of a program. And that's one of the things that makes programming so powerful, is that it can do the same thing over and over again to help us humans where we lack. We struggle with memory, and we struggle with doing the same task over and over and over again. Guess what? Computers are perfect for both those two tasks. So you have your keyword definition, you have the name of your function, you have your parentheses, and you have your colon right here with the option of stuff in the middle. Right now we're not doing anything. So we got 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So now I'm going to hit return one more time, and Python is just sitting here going, hey, do you have any more stuff? And I'm like, no. So I hit enter again. All right, so it doesn't look like anything happened. Well, a lot happened. So Python took this in. I typed everything accordingly. Python has its own rules. So now I'm going to do just like what we did up here, where we called our variables, right? So I assigned my name to the variable name. All right, then I called it and spat that out. Then I assigned 2 more variables, called them each time, spat out the appropriate information, and then I called this function. So this is exactly what we're going to do. Print prints things to the screen, and if it leaves empty, it leaves a blank line. So now we've created a new function, hi, and it's going to print out hi. So I'm going to call, now here, I'm going to do this wrong the first time so you can see this. Oh no, am I square? Okay, I'm pretty good. All right, so now I type hi, and it's a function, so I do open close. I want you to see. This is the other thing that I love about Python. Well, there's tons. This is one. When you screw up, Python tells you. This is where you'll learn a tremendous amount of information. It will literally tell you where. So on line 1, it goes, I don't know what you mean. You typed in hi. I have no idea what you're talking about. What? No, never even heard of, never even kind of understand, because it's not defined. Well, you said, yeah, I did. Oh, wait a second. Are H and are those the same? No. Python is not going to guess what you wanted to say, what you hoped to say, what you meant to say. It's only going to look in memory and see what it knows, what it has remembered. So now, I was about to do something on accident. So now if I call hi, capital H, lowercase I, open close parentheses, and hit enter, ta-da, I print out this. So now let's close this just a little bit. So I call this live, just kind of like my live stream. So I can't go up here and fix this. I can't go back and change any of this because this is live. So when I make a mistake, I have to live with it and just continue on. Now, there is a way in Python. We'll just do new, and we'll call this live, if I can spell. You'll learn, if you hang around for a long time, I don't spell that well, and that's fine. I use computers to help me. So, okay. Now, this is called a script. Text editor, file, whatever you'd like to call it. But you don't have to get that fancy right now and download anything. Python works just fine. So this is a recording, just like all my other videos. So I can type all these things in here, just like I had before. So name equals name or Sam. Then X equals, what was it? 4, 2, I can't remember. And then pi is 3.14. And then now, so now I'm going to show you how to do this definition over here. And I'm going to show you what happens when you do something wrong. So hi. All right. So now, this is important. In Python tracks white spaces. And so over here it was nice and indented. The print was right under the H, right? Well, what'd I forget? I forgot my colon. So let's talk about this. This is called the header. And this is, everything indented is the body. And I want to draw your attention down here. So your interpreter is more than likely set to 4. So each time you indent, you'll go in 4. So that helps you assign. Python reads white spaces. That's all it cares about. And one thing you want to make sure is don't mix tabs and spaces. I don't recommend using tabs when you're getting started because it can mess you up. So if you mess up, you just go backspace, backspace, then go back. That's the easiest way to do it. So now I do print hi. Or yeah, we did hi. Then close this out. Oh, let's look at this. So hi. Now, I want to draw your attention to this. In strings, Python helps you keep track of them. So our functions are purple. Our predefined functions are purple. When we're creating a function, it's blue, our keywords are orange, and our strings are green. So that just helps us keep track. Now, why is all this green? Because I did not match up my quotation marks. So they're single and double. We're not going to spend much time on which to use. I recommend the double. When you get further along, you can start to mix and match, and there's ways to handle it. But until you get more comfortable and you really understand it, just use the double, because if you use a contraction, can't, you're going to want to put that in there. There's other ways to deal with it. So if I'm typing this and I'm going to do my closing parentheses, it should be black. And you see also what Python does is it's going to highlight and gray this out to go, okay, you closed it out. And also, if you're typing something and you're expecting it to be high is not green, so I forgot my beginning. So there we go. So now I run this, and I'm going to show you this, how to do this. So now I just pressed, I did do that fast, I apologize. So I did a cheat. My cursor's over here, and I pressed F5 on my keyboard, and it ran this all through memory, put everything over here, put it into memory, and then it kicked me over to my shell. So let me show you where I got, how I know to press F5. Up here, run module, F5. Now, the F5 does not work if your cursor is over here in the shell. All right, I don't know if you can or cannot hear that. This is my first attempt at this. So, but it only works when I do this. So now I call hi, open close parentheses, I get this. Now, there's actually a way to call this inside the script. So the way that Python does this is it literally reads down in sequence, and it will read this, and if it does not throw an error, it does not have any problems with the code, it literally continues running down and then comes over here. So literally right here, I'm going to put this into memory, then I'm going to tell Python, hey, why don't you go ahead and I'm going to call this function that I just wrote up here. So now I'm going to press F5 again, and I'm going to have hi come out here for me. Boom. It is literally that simple. So, all right, let's look right here. Okay. Hang on. There we go. All right, so hang on, just had a comment I wanted to answer. So let's go back. All right, let me see where I am on my notes. So all right, let's also now look at a very powerful function. So in programming, you're going to need a lot of information. So one of these tools is range. That is already set out there for us. Oh, look how big this thing is. All right, so range is a function, and it has a set of rules. So this is how start, stop, step. So let's look and see what it does. So range, and I'm going to pass it 10. So right now I get this. But that is a little, that doesn't tell me much. So now I'm going to tell you about a couple of different things. Now, we learned about the 4 different types of variables. Now I'm going to tell you about the containers. And the first one we're going to, so whenever you're creating a project or building a program, you have certain rules that you have to apply. And the way that I like to explain it is to build a program, to write a program, to do some very complicated tasks. You have to get it down to a level that, I like to say, how would you explain it to a 5-year-old? If you can explain it to a 5-year-old, you can put it into a piece of code and then let that code run and follow the rules. Because a programming language like Python it can add and subtract. Here's a perfect example. We haven't done this yet. So 2 plus 1. 1 plus 2. 3. Alright, so now I have name here. Now let me show you this. This can be a little weird. So Sam, and then actually let's do this. Hi. I'm going to leave that space there. Hi, Sam. So then I put this in a string. Hi. Print name. Hi, Sam. So, all right. Now, let's learn about a container called a list. Lists are pretty self-explanatory. It's a container. You can put stuff in it. And purple. Now it also has function capabilities, and we'll look at it. So this one is 135 lines of code. And also, just for administrative things, we're using Python 3.8.1. So, all right, iterable. That's going to be a word that you're going to hear. You have an iterator, then you have iterable. In iterable, you're able to iterate through, to move through. So now I'm going to, and it has a whole bunch of stuff just like we had with our string. These are all the methods that you can use with your object. Everything in Python is an object. Here we go. There. Your list object. So now if I were to wrap my range function around a list, or wrap a list function around my range. Now check this out. All right. So now we need to go over a couple other things. Python starts with 0. It's a 0-based index language. So when you think about a number line, in the middle is 0. That's what you need to think about. So it starts at 0 and goes to 9. Might say you typed in 10, why does it go to 9? Well, how many are here? If I count 1, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's why. So this is what's called exclusive. The stop, let's go back to range. So this can get pretty complicated. So all right. Stop, when you pass excuse me, when you pass it one number, you just go to stop and it starts at 0. Then if you give it a start and a stop, it's going to start where you say inclusively, and it's going to stop where you want to exclusively, right up and to. All right, let me show you. Let's look at this. All right. So right now I did list range, and I just passed it. Let's pass 5. So I get 0 through 4. So now if I pass it 1 and 6, so if I press enter, what's gonna come out? Well, 1, because inclusive, it's included. 6 is exclusive, excluded, so it won't be there. So I should get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, here's another awesome function. Len. What does that look like? Number of items in container. Ah, there's that word, container again, in return. So it gets created. So that can be handy for later. Because when you're creating something, it means you can assign it to something else. Print just puts something out on the screen. So let's see where we are. So if I created my new list of my first 1 through 6, close that out. So wait a minute, nothing happened, but wait a minute. Okay, so then I call Len on new, I get 5. Oh, look at that. I can do that. I can do that math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of them. So this is very handy, especially when you're expecting something to come through and you think that it's going to be 10 items and you're getting an error or why things aren't working, run lin on it. You'll figure out why you're getting a little bit of a mistake. So let's see. All right. Now, all right. So we need to talk about one of the other tools that Python has for us to do a task over and over and over again. They're called loops. And first we're going to learn about the first type of loop, which, let's see, key help keywords. Is it words? It's words, yeah. EF. For. There it is. A for loop. So, what is for? For statement. Holy moly, this is a lot of stuff. This is the awesome thing about Python. Okay, here we go. What is this? So basically, the other one is a while loop, and while, there it is. Yeah, it goes up and down and over. Okay, so while until something changes. For is for a specific amount of time, and it is for the quantity in this container. So let's close this out. So this is the setup. This is your temporary variable. You can use anything. I'm going to show you two different ways so it doesn't mess you up, because I remember. All right, so for, now you can do, actually we're going to do this over here so you don't have get frustrated. So now I'm going to show you a way to comment out everything. So commenting in Python, in all computer languages, is very important. And actually, when you get sophisticated, you want to be commenting your code. So, because if you were to write a piece of code right now, leave it, you know exactly what it does, come back in a year, and you try to remember what it does, you're not going to remember what it does. So you want to make comments of what you mean, and the way that you do that is you add a # comment. So there's two ways to do this. You can do if you're on Windows, it's whatever line you're on, Alt 3 and Python, and then Alt 4, or well, you can do multiple, and then also what is it? Yeah, format, then comment out region and uncomment region, and you can do multiple regions. So sometimes you'll have times where you'll want to have layers. Oops, I went the wrong way. So uncomment. So you're going like this, and then you do one more. So you have double layers here, and then you have this, and then you can come back. So that's not abnormal. So I'm going to comment out all of this. So I don't want any of that to happen. So now I'm going to use my for loop in the same setup as our header and our body for our functions. For. Now, this is standard, and this is the way I learned it. For I in, now here's another keyword in Python, in whatever container iterable that I'm going to have over here. Iterable is something to iterate through. So let's use what we have so far. We did our new, we know how to do this. So list, range 1 through 6, close that out. So we know what this is. Same rules. For now, also it can literally be any character, placeholder. Okay? So I learned with I, and then, but whatever. So if you had, you can change this to num. For every number in new. And the reason why I didn't assign this to list is because that is a function and it will throw up all over the place. But this is my new list, and I'm taking this range function and I'm converting it into a list, wrapping this range function with my list function. So now if I were to get rid of my colon and hit return, I'm now on my wall underneath my 4 on column 0. Wrong. What'd I forget? I forgot my colon. So now I'm indented. I'm in the body of my loop, and I'm on column 4. So I literally just want to print out number. So this is the important thing, and this is what hangs up some new individuals. Whatever you have this variable named, this temporary variable, this intermediary variable, you have to use the same one down here. So if I wanted to, and we'll do this time, and then we'll start doing some math to it maybe. But to remind you, this new is going to be, this is our list. So the first time through, it's going to start at the beginning of the list and work its way through each time. And it will do these instructions, and I could have a million set of instructions here. It will sit here, and Python will just say, how many do you want to have? Well, right now I just want 1. So now when I run this, what's going to happen is on each line over here, let's pull this back, we don't need that much space, I'm going to get each item out of this container, and I'm just printing it to the screen. We're not doing anything yet. So we are going to run this, and I'm going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 come out on the screen. So now this time, so we don't have to retype this over here live, I want to then add 1 to each of this, because this is still my number. My number, because I have a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, my container. And then right now I want to add 1 each time through to each of this number. So now I run this again, it's going to be offset by 1. So it should be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Correct? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now let's say I want to multiply each one by 2. So what is that going to be? So basically I'm going to be counting 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Or multiplying by 2, like a times table. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay. Well, that's kind of cool that I can do that. Wouldn't it be neater if Python could do that for me? So now, what did we learn about? Oops, we don't need that. Let's pull this back over here. What did we learn about our start, stop, step? What does that mean? So we know we got to put this in a list. Then range. All right. So I want it to start. I want to go by 2s. So I want it to start at 2, and I want 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 to come out. So that's my step. Yeah, okay, you can see that. That's my step. So I want 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, so 10. Okay. Then by 2s, and I need to close that. Let's see what happens. Wait a second. So I got 2, 4, 6, 8. Wait. That's exclusive, so I need to at least go up to 11. Now I'm going to show you this. I'm not a big fan of this, but you can put your cursor here, you hit enter again, it copies it. Alright, I don't like showing that, but you can. I was going to do it, and I don't want to type a lot tonight. So, okay. So here we are. So then I press enter, and now I get my, it does not have to be 12 up here, just past the number that you want. So if we wanted to go by 3s, I only literally would have to go, if I wanted 3, 6, 8, 9, 12, I would only have to have 13 and a step of 3, right? So I got 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's change this. So start 2, 11 by 2. So now I have, what's going to come out when I run this? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, right? Because this matches this. Oh, shoot. Sorry. All right. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So now, let's see. Let's see where we are. So, well, this is at about 35 minutes. I was not sure how I would do. We'll see. Actually contemplated doing this again at around, what would that be? Central is the Greenwich Mean Time. I think it's going to be like around 1 p.m. Standard Greenwich Mean Time, and we'll pick up on this because this is about 35 minutes. I thought I'd do an hour, but I don't think we have anybody watching. So, but this was a new neat experiment. So if this is something that you would be interested in, go ahead and drop it down in the comments and let me know, because I think YouTube does have a way for me to see who's online when. But this was more like when I'm doing a seminar someplace. So I hope you guys got something out of it. Please drop a comment down below. And we have videos coming out, taking a little an extended break this time, but videos Monday through Friday, 5 videos a week, over 700 now. I want to share my love of Python and help anybody who is learning or struggling to learn, because it can be overwhelming, and this channel is designed to help you with your struggles and also try to answer any questions you may have. But as always, guys, thanks for watching. Don't forget that subscribe button. And if you do like this video and are interested in more live streams, go ahead and like it and leave a comment down below. And we'll see you guys. Hi, everybody. This is Sam with Python Basics, and we're going to go ahead and start our second live stream, and kind of just pick up where we left off last time. Let me make sure that we can see everything. So, all right, let me take a peek at my notes. So, just to recap, if you're new here, thanks for joining us. What we typically do here is we do very small micro videos, and I love that term because I didn't come up with it. One of our awesome subscribers did. But I've been really thinking about it, everything that's been going on, and there are a lot of new people, especially in the fall, going to be starting Python, and I'm working on a couple things right now, and I thought it'd be a great time to do a little refresher. So last night I did about a 35-minute stream. I didn't think that there was anybody on. I guess I need to pay attention to, or maybe my YouTube settings weren't right, because right now it's showing 3 are currently on. Last night it showed 1, and there was actually 17. So apologize for cutting last night off. Hopefully today we'll do a full hour, and we'll go from there. So, so we assigned a string, we assigned an integer, we assigned a float, and we defined our own function, and then we also learned about the range function, how to turn then that function into a list, and then we learned about a for loop and how to look at containers. So let's put this into memory, and let's see, oops, sorry about that. And I did that by pressing F5, which was here under the run, and there's my shortcut. So let's talk a little bit about this container, a list. So let's look at, so our 2 functions that we've really looked at for help are our dir, and you can do this one of 2 ways. You can literally put in the container, the name of it, and then, oops, dir list, and you get all of the methods, double underscore methods, which we'll talk about at a later time, or the standard methods that are right here. So the one that I like to talk about the most is append. So we have this list, new, and append at the end, append. So, and we also have this other function. So we go, so now I did that by list. Now I'm going to do this. Now I'm going to look it up by new. So new dot append, close this out. The help function is already built for you, and it pulls out from the documentation from the people that created it for this would be the core developers, and we'll also look at this pretty soon, how to actually put our own documentation inside our own functions. But right now, append object to the end of the list. So it works just like so. So we have our append. Now methods are called a different way, but they act just the same. So a function, remember we first talked about our print. So we got print, purple, parentheses. That's what I like to do. 3 things. Print, purple, parentheses, so you don't forget. Well, methods have the same thing. They also need parentheses. And this is how you utilize them. So I want to add 11 to the end of my list new, because I'm going to put it right here. So I got new dot append. This is dot notation, and then I just want 11. So now, all right. So it looks like nothing happened, right? Well, when we were assigning our variables over here in shell, it also looked like nothing happened. But a lot happened. It put 11 into place at the end by using the append method. So now I want to talk more about this list container. So in programming, like I said last night, you have to break down the problem or the situation as if you can explain it to a 5-year-old. Because Python has its own rules, its responsibilities, its protocols that it has to follow. So it can only do something over and over again. It can only hold a certain amount of stuff, and there's some pretty sophisticated tools. But for us right now, we're going to learn about how to do things with a list. So now I want to look at slicing. So we saw in the same rules, we're going to look back at our range function because the same rules apply. So all right, start, stop, step. All right. So now let's pull up new. Now, the way that you slice in Python is you use square brackets exactly like our list. So this is why I like to start with this. Now, we learned last night that Python is a zero index counting. So what that means is think about your number line. Starts at 0 in the middle, goes up, for you it'd be that way, if that's right, and then negative that way. I think I did that right. So always starts at 0. 0 is a number, doesn't want to get left out. Now, instead of with our range function, we use commas. With slicing, we use colons. Now, let's look at this. That means start at the beginning, because I leave this blank, start at the beginning and go to the end. So now let's look at this a different way. 0. So I want to start. Same rule also applies. Inclusive, exclusive. Actually, this is a good time to look at this. What did we learn about len last night? Len, new. I now know that there are 6 objects inside my new. Oops. Help on len. All right. Return the number of items in a container. All right, there we go. 6. So now if I do new 0 and I leave that blank, I get the exact same thing. Start at 0, go to the end. Now I want to show you this. New 0. Wow, sorry. Then I said it was 6, right? Goes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me show you that again. Let me show you this way. So now I can leave this blank, go to 6. I get the same result. So there is no 6th 6th index. Now, so if I put 5, now this is where it can get a little tricky. So I'm going to leave the 0 blank. All right. Then I'm going to go 6. So now if I do 5, we just did 6. So I leave off the last one. So this is index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th index. Our slicing is our same rule as our range function. The last number, the stop number, is exclusive. It is not included. So now I want to show you this. This is where Python becomes very handy. I want you to slice all the way to, because look, just like when I return the number, I said this one time last night, so we'll recap. Return means created. So there's going to be tons of times where you're not going to know, because right now we are both the programmer and the end user, so we know the rules. There's going to be times where you're not going to have the luxury of knowing how to capture all this. So let's go over what I just did. So when I did len on new, I got 6. It returned 6. It created 6, right? So then what I do right here. So this, Python does not care what this is. It knows that this is 6 because it goes up here and it goes from left to right. It reads it just like how we read, left to right, top to bottom. It's just going to follow these instructions. Now we're going to look at an instance, a moment, an index. All right, this is where it gets a little weird. So now if I pass in 3, what am I going to get? 0, 1, 2, 3. So what should come out? 8. Now, what will come out? Anybody in chat? Cool, we got Mad Dog from Spain right now. Mad Dog, what would come out if I hit enter? All right, I get an out of range index because indexing is a moment. It is a slot. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There is no 6. So if I wanted the last item, new, that's the 5th index. Now we need to talk about this for a second. Python has a way to be able to count backwards. This is what can get a little confusing. So new, -1. Since 0 already has a place, this is -1. So this is direct sequence. So -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, -6. Because we can't reuse 0. Because it already has an assignment. So I get 11. Now we need to look at something. I did not pull it up yet. There. All right. What I just double clicked on was our help on our list. Mutable. Because we need to talk about this. Mutable and immutable. Mutable means I can change it. Immutable means I cannot. So a list is something that I can change. And this is where this becomes extremely powerful. So now, let's say, so we just learned that right now how to get the last spot index. We don't even have to know the count because this is actually where this becomes very powerful. It's like, I don't care what slot it is. I just know it's the last one and I want to know what the last one in that list is. Boom, -1 index. Now, I'm looking that I maybe, or somebody else other than me, made a mistake. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. Instead of remaking this whole list, Why don't we just change 11 and change it to 12? Well, guess what? Python has a way to handle that. So we already know that this is right here. And we know before you take information on this side, on the right side, and you link it, you associate it with whatever variable you want on this side. So watch this. Boom. Lists are, I didn't go up far enough. I should have just redone it. Yeah, let's go back down. There it is. Mutable. I can change them. We're going to look at strings here in a little bit. Strings are immutable and tuples are immutable. That means they can't be changed. But strings are a little different. We're going to look at that too. But we can literally change. We changed our list. So now, all right. So let's make a new list of random numbers because we're going to look at now how to test something. Let's comment this out. So we learned last night that we highlight things and we hit Alt 3 and it comments it out, or we can come up here to Format, Comment, Uncomment. Now let's make newer, and we're going to do 3, 5, 1, 2, 8, 5 again, and 0. So now what I want to look at is, so we looked at a container. We have a container. It's a list. Holds information, holds variables, can actually hold anything. It can hold other lists, can hold other type of containers. You can literally put anything in there. And that's one of the tools that we have to think about, how to break this down and have a problem and make it as simple as possible that we can explain to that 5-year-old. So now we're going to look at is I want only the numbers that are odd to print out. Okay, how are we going to do that? Well, we need to look at conditions. And in Python, those conditions, those tests are keywords. And if you didn't see last night, this, you type in help with 0 information inside of it, you get the help prompt. Oh, and also we're using 3.8.1. That can change things, because if you're using anything older than 6, there's probably a couple in here that, at least one, that wasn't here, or it may not be on your list. So, all right, if. Okay, if statement used for conditional execution. So basically, if this, test this, then do this. And then we're going to talk more about our more indentation. So let's close out of here. So, is for, now, we need to learn about how to actually test and see if things are equal, equivalent. So in your old world, if you're brand new to Python, this looks odd. That's the link. That's how you link information, right side, to the variable on the left side. Now, this is how you test for equivalency. You use you use a double equals. And I also mentioned last night about booleans, true and false. False and true, all right? So that's pretty self-explanatory. So this right here is a true, that's a true equivalent. Now, so 4, does 4 equal 3, or is 4 equivalent to 3? No, that's false. But now we also have to have a way to find out if something is not equal, which I despise. I hated true and false questions in school. I try to avoid these as much as possible, especially with what I'm about to show you. When you throw in a not, that, until somebody showed me to circle the not to make you aware, I did horrible with true and false. Still don't like them. So now our two equal signs, our double equal sign was equivalent. An exclamation point and an equal sign says not equal to. So now, is 4 not equal to 3? Yes, it is, because they are not the same. So now this statement is true. All right. So now we're going to use our if. If, actually I'm getting ahead of myself. I need to show you the modulo. I forgot, I did not look at my notes. I apologize. So now we need to find a way. How would you explain to a 5-year-old what an even or an odd number is? So there are, you could get pretty complicated, and try to explain it a variety of ways, but here's the most simple and most basic way to say this. If a number is divisible by 2 and has no remainder, then it is even. All right, I'll say that again. So if a number is divisible by 2 with no remainder, you're like, okay, well, that actually sounds more complicated. Well, if we know how to do this. So 4 divided by 2 is 2.0, which is our first float that we've really kind of seen. So now 3 divided by 2 is 1.5. Now, all right, so now we need to know about this little symbol right here. So if I do long division, and I do this out, and I go 3 divided by 2, I get 1 goes in, and I have a remainder of 1, correct? Well, guess what? The modulo is that tool. So 3 modulo 2, I have a remainder of 1. All right. So I remember when I was first looking at this, I was trying to go 1, 1, 1. Why is it? And so then let's show you this. So if I have 9 divided by 4, and then, oh, wait a minute, no. 16 divided by 3. So, all right. I can't think of one right now, but it is what is the remainder of 25. What is one where we got a good size remainder? So, all right. So now we use our if. And how did I say that? So if I modulo 2 equals 0, then print I. So let's look at this again. If 2 equals 2, print yes. So, all right. And here's something that also took me forever to really realize. This has to be true. So I'm going to show you this. Yes came out. So I'm going to hardwire this. If true, print yes. All right. So yes comes out. This has to be true. Let's do this again. If 3 equals 2, print yes. Anything going to come out? Nope. Because this is not true. So now how can we make this true? If 3 not equal to 2, print Yes. Python's sitting there waiting. Got any more? So now this is a false statement. But that is not true. That these two are not equivalent. And here's my test. I'm saying, are these not equivalent? Well, yes, that becomes a true statement. 3 and 2 are not the same. Not. So now this is how you put a not in there. So now that is true. So if so we learned last night that, here, let's get rid of that. So I do this, run my F5, I'm going to get all the numbers in my container to come out. So I get 3, 5, 1, 2, 8, 5, 0. So now let's put this back in. If I modulo 2, so take every item, actually, let's change this back. Number divided by 2 equals 0. Print I. Oh, print number. Sorry. Boom, run, save. Okay, so now 280. Let's think about this. Else, sorry, I just ran through that too fast. So also, we now have to have a way to catch something that's false. And I just inadvertently typed it way too fast, and the answer to that is else. So this is also called the catch-all, and we're going to learn about something in a second, because we're going to test if a number is even, odd, and then we're going to run into a problem here in a second. So print, or not even odd, positive or negative. Else print odd number. All right, so let's print and run this. So now we got, okay, so we got an odd number, then 2, 8, odd number, and 0. So now let's look, and let's change these a little bit. Let's do negative, negative, let's do one more. So let's comment that out. So now how would we do this to find out and print out if a number is odd or even? So now, just like everything else in math and in numbers, we have the greater than sign and the less than sign. So 4 less than 5, true. Negative 5 greater than 0, it's false. So that's pretty. Now, this is where it also gets very cool. 5 greater than equal to 3. 5 greater than equal to 5. So that can come in handy too, and of course less than. So now let's look at is positive or negative. For number in newer. So now how would we test this? If number greater than, how would you explain to a 5-year-old if the number is greater than 0, right? 0, print positive. All right, else. So we've thought of everything, right? Print negative. Well, have we thought of everything? A little bit tricky, a little bit mean. How many did we have in newer? Newer. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So now, but What's 0? Is it a positive or is it a negative number? Or is it neither? Or if you say neither, sorry, I guess sometimes I say neither, sometimes I say neither. So really, we need a third condition. So that's part of programming. You have to think of all the scenarios that can happen and create a condition for those. And now, you could put another if here, but that's not Pythonic, that's not best practice. And also, if you're talking about a very sophisticated program, you wouldn't want a bunch of ifs, because here's the thing, it tests every if. I'll say that again. So you do not want ifs to be utilized because it tests every if. So if you have 100 conditions, but if it's true on the first one, you don't want it taking time running down your entire program, checking all these other ifs, if. So Python has elif, and what this means is if this failed, go test this one, and then have another one, and have another one. But also, if it hits positive, excuse me, if it hits true, skip out, go back up. So it's if like, and moves back up the for loop, but just continues to go down. So if it is greater than, so we need to think about this. If it's greater than 0, do this. If number equal to 0, print 0. And then if not, if that is not the case, then go here. So boom, let's look at this. There we go. Still get my 7 outputs, and I'm even more accurate. So that, well, let's recap. So we have a positive, so numbers wise, on the number line, we put them in groups. They're either positive, negative, or a super small group, the number 0. So we have to have 3 conditions, 3 scenarios, 3 conditions to grab. And then if it's easy, where you have a pretty blanket here, then very specific, because it's a double equals, very specific, and then your catch-all. So you really don't have to have a test for your negatives because it's what's left over. So all right, let's see. Well, that first half hour flew by pretty quick. So let's see, let me check my notes. And all right, let's see where I am. All right, so we just did, all right, let's do some cool stuff with a nested loop. So now we already know how to do for I in range 10. I remember when I first learned how to do number triangles. Oops, sorry guys. All that background noise. All right, so 0 through 9. So what happens if then each time through for j in range 3, print j. Let's close this down to 3. Said 3, type 9. So I want you to think about this. So what is going to happen here? I can't even tell in my own frame. I'm getting slouchy, getting old. All right. So how many numbers are going to come out? Any guesses? What's 3 times? Anybody got any guesses? All right. So what's 3 times 3? All right. 9. 1, 2, 3. All right. Is that 12? 1. Oh yeah, okay, here we go. So what did I have? Let's go through this. First time 1, 2, 0, 0, 1, 2, 1, 0, 1, 2, 2. So let's go through what in the world this happened. So this is what's called a nested loop. The first time up, how about we make this a little bit easier so we can see this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. All right. So 1, 2, oh, let me move this up here. So 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 3, 1, 2, 3. Now, how in the world and why did this happen? So the first time through this range function right here, it's going to be 1, and I want 1 printed out. Then I come down here to my nested loop, and I have another for loop, and I'm using the j variable, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4. So it comes here first time, then cycles through this entire loop right here. So that's why 1 comes out, then go through this complete loop, then jump back up here. So that's why this goes 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3. Then it comes back up here the second time through 2, 2, and then our consistent 1, 2, 3. Then our last time through 3, right here, 3, 1, 2, 3. So there is a way then to also suppress this, which is what I really liked. So if I want to do end, actually no, that's not the one I wanted it on. It goes right here. And so I'm telling Python, the print function, to suppress the 1, 2, 3, and then if I wanted to, as we saw from last night, if I pass in, or if I utilize the print function and don't pass in any information, I get a blank line. So I'm breaking out of this. So now when I run this again, I get, there we go, I get my 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 3, 1, 2, 3. So that's my 12. So there we go. All right, let's see what else I had in mind. So we did the modulo. We've been using, okay, so now let's look at our string. I was talking about it being mutable and immutable. And then we're going to look at slicing and things like this. So there's my name, Samuel, and the same rules apply. So I can index this, and I get, what is that? 0, 1, 2, 3. 3 is going to be you, right? So we learned with our list that we could change it. It was mutable. Well, help on string. 431 lines. Wow. Does it say explicitly that it is immutable? I cannot remember. Shoot, I cannot remember. But strings are immutable. You cannot change them. Now, there's a way around this. You can use parts of it. You can slice it. So I can get out 0, my first letter of my name, but I cannot change it like we did with our, I cannot change that. It is not supported. It's immutable. But I can use parts of a string. So what will come out if I do this? Starting at index 1, and I go to the end. So now if I slice it, So now I showed you last night that you can add strings together. And it's called concatenation. And I'm going to put a space right there. And hi Sam. And I get hi Sam. And if I were to just have done this, this is what I love when I go to schools with kids and they tell me that this is wrong. They go, it didn't, I love it. It didn't put a space in there. Well, of course it didn't put a space in there. You didn't put a space in there. So that's why I had to utilize, because this is information. Python, that is a keyboard, that is a bit of information, that is a character. A space, a white space is a bit of character, is a bit of information. So now, all right, so we need to use our concatenation. We need to remember what this is. We can put two strings together or multiple strings together. So now if I wanted P to be in front of Amul, it would be like this. P plus name, and we know how to slice and use the rest of it. So I can't change it, but I can use parts of it. Now here's where it gets really, really interesting. Remember how I was talking about information on the right and a variable on the left? This messed me up when I was first learning. Python doesn't care. Remember how I just used a len function as the number inside our slicing? Okay. Python doesn't care. So now I want to take P, concatenate it with all right, so what in the world did I just do? So I have this bit of information, concatenating the two together. Python does not care that the same variables, because Python just goes into memory and goes, okay, I know what you're talking about. You did, this is completely legal. You'll start to hear me say legal and illegal more and more. So let's say, okay, cool. Awesome. We got a couple more people in chat. Glad to have you guys here. I'm glad you guys are liking it. So I'll probably go for about 19 more minutes, and I'll do same time tomorrow, 3 p.m. UTC time, and maybe I'll have even some more stuff and maybe go an hour and a half, maybe two. Two's a long time to talk consistently for me. I'm getting old, like I said. But all right, let's go over what this does right here. Python doesn't care that I have the variable over here. All it knows is this is the information. So when I call name, it literally takes this information and assigns it to name. Does not care that this name was just used. That's the awesome thing about Python, is that I'll show you this in a second. Yeah, actually we'll do it right now. Reassigning variables. Python does, no, we're not going to do that yet. But Python is one of the, I call it classy. I think Python is a very classy language. It is clean and simple. Sometimes simple sounds derogatory or mean, but it's not. That doesn't have to. It's not arrogant. It's not. It was designed to solve problems. It filled gaps. So when I ran across it 7 years ago, I fell in love with it. I tried to learn programming a long time ago, a long time ago when I was in my teens, and I couldn't get it. But this just made sense. So all right, I digress. So now, to recap, you cannot change a string, but you can use parts of it to assign it and use it. So there we go. All right, so we just used modulo. We just used strings. Oh, we need to create a function that, we need to make a function that has arguments to it. So right now, we don't have anything going into our def greetings name print Hi name nice to meet you. So all right, so what am I doing here? So I talked about last night that a function has to have 4 things, optional of a 5th. So let's go over it. Keyword def, name of our functions, our parentheses, our colon, optional stuff. So now when I run this, and we also learned last night, greetings, and this is how I pass in my information, if I can type today. Hi Sam, nice to meet you. Boom. Now we need to look at multiplication. X, Y, print X times Y. All right, so what am I doing? I now take in 2 variables and I'm going to multiply the 2 of them together. All right, and I'm printing them out. Forgot to call it. Well, and we're going to do 3 and 2. Now, did you see what I just went really fast there. Let's look at that again. Mul. All right, so actually let's change this. X multiplied by Y. So now we saw by Y. Let's come over here. So we know, let's make sure you can see this. So I talked a little bit about information, right? And when we called, so when I called print, I get this little bit of information. This is called the doc string. So now let me put this into memory. Let's close this out. Put this into memory. So now I pull this back over here. Mul. Oh, look at that. This has the information that I want to share. So now the user knows that it is planning on this function takes an X and a Y, and it's going to take X multiplied by Y. Okay, that's pretty simple. That's very handy information. So now I run this and I get 6. Now, we've been talking about print a lot, and I showed you in some documentation about return. And I say return creates something, right? All right. Print only puts stuff out on the screen. It doesn't actually create anything. And the way that you control this, as I showed you, let's just look at it. Sorry. Help. Return. All right. Oh, here we go. Return statement. Return may occur. Oh, I got to bring nested in a definition. So you can only, this is only associated with a function. So, and then you'll read more and you'll see if it does not have return, it returns none. So that's just a fancy way to say if you're not creating anything, you're creating nothing. And so when you're using Python, you want to be very aware. Did you want something to be created to use for later? And I'll show you this in a second. Or did you just want it to come out to the screen and look at it? All right. So, well, right now, I want to use this for later. So I'm building something that I want to use for later. Let's close that out. Come over here, run. So I have my new variable. So right now, if I do mul. Okay, so I still know I'm going to go 3 by 3. 9. All right. So now this is where this gets really, really cool. So I can literally, so if I were to go back and I want to use this, see, return none. So I can't, I get it to print out, but it didn't create anything. I can't associate that with anything else. So that is why you use return. So if there is a time you're creating something, and there will be plenty. And all right, so we need to go over, this is a little admin stuff. If you type something and you know it's a keyword and it does not go orange, if you are anything like me and are dyslexic, this is another one of the 100 reasons why I love Python, that it helps me with my checking. So I knew I misspelled return, even though I swear I would have bet any amount of money that I typed return right. So now I pull this back in and I run my mul 3 by 3, close that out. There I go. I got my return, and let me double check. 3 by 3. Wow. And there I go. So I can go ahead and utilize that later or further in the program or things like that. So there we go. So all right, everybody. Sure, if it's quick, because I was planning on maybe cutting this off. We got a question maybe coming. Let's see if we get this in a moment or two. But if you want to drop a comment, I am going to be going again live tomorrow, same time, 3 p.m. UTC. And I would love to have some things that you guys want to make sure that I cover. But right now I'm basically just going over the first videos that I have, and I think this is a compressed version of something along the lines of the first 40 videos I think I've already done. So okay, the comment hasn't come through. I don't know when that chat was about a question, how long ago that was. So, and I don't know the delay, so all this is very new to me. So I appreciate. Oh, thank you. I already did. Okay. All right. So she already got the answer. All right. Cool. Well, all right. So that's 52 minutes. This has been awesome. I flew through everything that I think I wanted to talk about. And I'm just going to get some more stuff around. If you guys want to drop any comments down below to make sure that I cover more. And of course, this works, but this is not very Pythonic, and we're gonna keep learning. But thank you guys so much for watching and dropping some comments down below. And please, please, please. Whoa, okay. Oh, you got an error on that? Okay. Yeah, I bet it is. I bet it is driving you crazy. So, yeah. All right. Yeah, but I'm going off Greenwich. I'm using UTC time, London time, so that we can all kind of get into a standard of what time it's going to be. So, so everybody can kind of know and convert into their time zone. But I will look. Can you resend me go back to that comment that you and I have been back and forth about, okay, the password's not matching up. The user, has no text. Okay, put it in a paste bin again, and I'll look at it. Did you try that other remedy that I sent you? Did you try that one? Okay. Well, I'm going to keep moving today, but just go ahead and drop that either here or yeah, we'll and actually I'll send you the Python Basics email address, and then we can start emailing back and forth, and I can see if I can help you with that. But guys, I really appreciate this. I had no idea if this was going to work or if anybody was going to be here, but I had a lot of fun last night. I was very blown away by how many people were watching, and there, and today has been even better. And YouTube was kind of helping and showing me that a lot more of my viewers are on at this time of day. So we're going to do it again tomorrow, same time, 3 p.m. UTC, and we'll just go from there. So please drop any comments below of subjects that you definitely would like. But I do want to start. I want to continue starting back over with the videos, and we're building up to the fall because there are a ton of people starting Python, and the whole point of this channel was to save you the pain and the heartache that I experienced over the 7 years that I've been doing this. So as always, guys, thanks for watching. Please don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Go ahead and hit that like button for me and the notification bell, and please pass this channel on to anybody else who is trying to learn Python. So thanks, guys, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Well, hey, everybody. This is Sam with Python Basics, and we're back for our third stream. We already have a couple people in here. Android Gamer, how you doing? There's probably a way for me to be able to tell who's all in here, but I'm still figuring this out. So, all right, let's just continue on with where we are, or where we left off last time. So one of the things that I was trying to do, and I guess I was ill-prepared for it, but the modulos that we were looking at. So to really kind of bring this home, it is, let's think about 9 modulo 7. So what is the remainder? So 7 will go into 9 one even time, and the remainder is 2. So then let's think about 70 that you will get if you would get divided by 7. If it's 10, if it's 70, 7 would go in 10 times. But then you go down one number, 69, 7, you have a remainder of 6. So I just wanted to really build upon that and clarify, because for some reason I could not think of any good remainder mathematics yesterday. So, all right. And I was getting notes around. I was trying to get enough before we got going, because yesterday we flew through everything, and I thought I had an hour's worth of stuff, but I did not. So we'll kind of see how much I have today, and we'll just go from there. So, all right. Let's see. All right, which one do I? All right. And let's make sure. All right, let me make sure I can see the notes. Okay, so we've been talking about our strings. Now we also need to talk about that you can increment them. And basically what that means is add to them. So we looked at how you can look at a variable information on the right side and then use that and then link it to, even though it has the same variable name, you can add to it. So let's look at that. Here's a perfect example. And we're going to show increment with strings, then add a little bit of integers, and then learn about decrement. So right now, I can't remember if it's, we'll do SAM. All right, now this is where it gets a little weird. U. All right. So Python does not care that this is already on this side. To remind you, Python will do everything on this side and then add it to link this information. So right now, name is SAMU. Now I'm going to show you the shortcut of this, a way to increment. So it'd be name plus equals, and then we're just going to do EL. Just like that. So this is called incrementing. Now with strings you cannot decrement because it is you'd be changing the string. Right now we're adding to it. I want you to think about that. So if we do this with integers, so x is 0, and then if I increment up by 1, I get 1. Increment up by 2. So right now x is 1, and I'm saying plus equals 2. And it helps if you type correctly. So then x is 3. And it works for every math operator. So then if I go increment negatively by 3, x is now 0. So it works. Let's get x is 1, and then x multiply increment by 4. So now x is 4. So you can do that by division. Oh, we need to look at floor division. We need to look at all the math operators. So you have multiplication, division, adding, subtracting. Now if you want to do the power, it's 2 multiplication signs. So 2, so 2 raised to the power of 2 is 4. That still looks like multiplication. So let's do 2 raised to the power of 3. So that's 2 times 2 is 4, times 2 is 8. So there we go. Now, there's going to be times that we're going to not want to have a float because programming is very specific. If it's expecting one type of integer and you get a different, everything is going to kind of throw up. So let's say 1.5, but you're expecting, you know you're going to have a remainder, but you only want the whole number, right? So there in Python is something called floor division. So it's 2 divisor signs, and then you get the whole number rounded down. All right, 2 divisor signs, whole number rounded down. All right, let's see where we are. All right. Okay. Okay, let's look at, we're going to look at lists and then we're going to look at args here in a minute. So let's, because right here we were talking about with our definition that we need to have a set, we take in a certain number of arguments, we have rules for it, and we go from there. Well, there's also going to be times where we're not going to know how many arguments we might expect. So think about when you're entering either like stock symbols or weather cities, you just have to separate them by commas and you go from there. So so let's look. So we know, so for I in range 10, then let's say we want to make a list. It's going to be an empty list, and I want to check if they are an even number, I want them to be placed in this list. All right, because there's going to be times where you're going to want to have a list just of even numbers. So we know a way to do that, or you may not know the list. You know how to generate a list of even numbers. You may have to check this list, and then there's going to be times where you're going to need to separate things out, and you're going to evenly divide a classroom, maybe evenly divide a roster, and you're going to need to know how to do this. So we're going to do this the long form, and then I'm going to show you how to do this in a shorter version, a very compressed way. So we know how to take a condition. If I modulo 2 equals 0, I want you to then take that number and place it in this list, and we know how to do that. So here's my condition. If I divided by 2 has 0 remainder, even dot append, then we're going to place I in there. And right now, we don't have any other condition. I don't care about the other things right now. Maybe we can do an odd list later, but right now I don't care. So this is how you do it. For number. I want to kind of change the idea of that. For number in our range, in our iterable, do so. I need to change that to number. All right. Okay, so now I have my 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. So why don't we else get our even, get an odd list. Make an empty list, odd, append, number, close that out. So we know about our list method append. Places whatever object at the end of our list. So we're going to print odd. There we are. We know about our print function too. So okay, so now we have our even and our odd list. Let's see. Now we're going to do something called list comprehension. Let's go ahead and look at that. So now we don't need that. So now this is where it can be a little overwhelming. All right. So we're going to, for number in range 10. All right. So this was our header, right? And then these were our instructions. Okay, with list comprehension, it's a little structured weird. So until you really kind of grasp this, I want you to think about it like this. We're just going to do here numbers. So right now, we're just creating a list of numbers. This is the long, even though you can. So your intermediary variable, your temporary variable, just goes at the front. So do this if you don't want to do anything to it. See, here, let's run this again, and we're going to print numbers. There we are. So run this. So let's say let's give some instructions. Let's say I wanted to multiply all these by 2. Here's my instructions. Here's my for loop through my iterable. And then I run this again, and I get all this. So now, I don't want anything done to our temporary variable. It just goes here. But now if this is where your condition happens at the end of it, very similar to this. I know this is a weird structure. Just bear with me. If number, I need to slide this over a little bit. if number modulo 2 equals 0. All right. So there we go. So now with list comprehension, we need to change this just a little bit. All right, so you have to have explicit, because you're only grabbing. So there we go. All right, let's see where we are. Okay. So now we're going to learn about a couple more built-in functions from Python. We're going to look at max, min, and sum. Shockingly, these are going to be really out there. You probably may not be able to decipher what they are. So even, oops. Oh, I changed that. Even to numbers, even. That's why you have to be aware of what your variables are. Perfect example. All right. Even, again, there's an example of not spelling correctly. Because I do have to say, when I started learning Python, it made me a much better speller. And it helped me make sure I was reading everything correctly and typing what I actually meant. So, all right. So let's say you have this big long list, and you want to find the largest number and the smallest number in there. Well, max, even, and max, odd. Shockingly, they're 8 and 9. And then look at sum. Guess what sum does? Even and sum of odd, 25. Well, that's interesting. The odd has much larger sum. I never really noticed that before. All right. So now one of the awesome and handy things about Python is multiple assignment and then reassignment. And as of right now, there are no other languages that can handle reassignment. You have to have a temporary variable. So there's going to be times where you're going to have variables that you're not going to want to have to do this, and this is completely legal in Python. So this is all, and then when you get very sophisticated, and we'll get to this. I don't know. It'll be contingent on how well we're doing. Oh, we have a couple more people here. All right, thanks for joining us, guys. If we keep doing live, or if we go back to our regular format, because I know we need to finish up on some couple of the stock videos to wrap up, because I introduced a new module, but we'll just keep going. So, all right, but this right here, packing and unpacking. So let's say if you had a list of things. Actually, let's make this more real world. A, B, C. And I had a list, 1, 2, 3. All right, so A, B, C. But we realize that maybe the person who gave us the list, and they say, oh, hey, or we realize that there's a fundamental order and we don't want to have to change all our code, and we realize that B and C need to be swapped. So it's literally B, C equals C to B. All right, so you ready for this? All right, so before B was 2, now B is 3, and C is 2. All right, did you follow that? I remember the first time oh, you guys are welcome. All right, and thank you. All right, so oops. Okay, Still getting alerts. Maybe I should mute that. Sorry, guys. All right, so this is another one of the hundreds of things that, yeah, if you guys have any questions of anything I'm going over, just drop them in the comments, and I'll try to answer them. Okay, because I know there's somebody had a question last night, and things got away. We've been working on some of the Kiwi. She's been working on some of the Kiwi videos, and I did not have a chance to look at the code. So I will do that after this. This last night got away from me. Okay, so this is one of the awesome things that just Python is phenomenal about, and can just flip this around for you. All right, so we've done, okay, the args. So now we need to look at how to handle multiple variables. So let's say, just like our sum, and there's going to be times where you're going to need to have things, and so we're going to take, so def nums dot. Now you're going to see this args. It doesn't have to always be args. I remember when I first learned, I thought you had to put args here. It does not matter. Anything with an asterisk, that turns this into an args. And what that means is, just like up here with our mul, so actually, for multiplication, let's do this. Let's show you. You'll get an error. So if I pass in, let's put this in memory, and I come over here and I use mul, and it's expecting, let me make sure I haven't changed this. So it's expecting two variables, two arguments, and I pass it 3. I'm going to pass it 3, 4, and 2. Well, what's going to happen? You're going to get an error. This is another one of the awesome things. Python will tell you exactly what the error is, and you have to go and look for it, find it, read it, discover it, and then solve it. So 2 positional arguments. It was expecting. You'll see expecting or takes or something like that. So mul takes 2 positional arguments because we wrote it right here. We even put it in the doc string. Takes 2 right there, but I wasn't paying attention and I passed 3, but 3 were given. So Python goes, hey, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to solve it. Boom, I'm broken. So let's just say you're taking a list of, you're going to let somebody pass in, or you're going to take input. Actually, that's one thing that I just realized. I haven't done the input function yet, so we're going to do that next. All right, so let's say nums. Then you're going to pass in numbers, close that out, for I in numbers, print, sorry guys, this is old habit, for number in numbers, print number. All right, let's see if I got all this right. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, bring this in. So what I call it, nums. So 2, 3, 5, or 6, 1, 8. Close this out. Boom. So okay, what just happened? What just happened? Well, these are the rules of Python. Python has a built-in way to handle an unknown, an unlimited, however many, does not matter. Because when we get to command line stuff, if you've not watched those videos that we'll possibly continue. If these keep getting as successful as they are, we'll just keep doing these live streams. Because if you guys like them, like I've said before, if you're new here, this is your channel. This is to save you pain and anguish and anything that I've learned that can save you. So what this does is this puts this in a container for us. And especially when you're doing command line stuff, argv, arg variables. So it breaks it down and puts it into a list. So then here's my container, just like this. So I drop my asterisk right here. I put this into my iterable. Here's my temporary variable. And if I wanted to total this, how about we say, what? Here's a perfect example of what to do. So total increment number, and then let's back this out. Now we're going to look at this here in a few minutes. The position of in the loop. So now I can print this where if I put total, it's only going to print out total one time at the end of this loop at the end. Now if I put this back here, it will print out total, or like our subtotal, every single time. And then let's just look at it. And first number, subtotal. Second number, subtotal. Third number, subtotal, so on and so forth. But now if I move this over here, it's going to print out every single number and then only print out the total one time. And we're actually going to look at one of the first loop exercises that I ever did that I just absolutely love still to this day. It's a number triangle. So let's look at it. And it's all about flow control. So here we are. 2, 4, 6, 1, 8, 21. So it printed out each of these numbers and only printed out the total one time. Each of the numbers, total one time. So there we are. All right, cool. Yes, swapping. Like swapping. No, the variables, that's one of the cool things about, yes, the variables hold memory, but once they're reassigned, the Python, that was what Gordo, the creator of Python, actually wanted to do. He wanted to have a language that beginners could start and not have to worry about memory use. It would be, it has a garbage collector. So once you move on, and so that other information was overridden. All right, so good question. But yes, a variable holds memory. Now when we get to generators don't. All right, that's a good question. All right. And then also there's ways to find out how much memory your variable is using, and that is a library that Python has, a built-in library called sys, and have a whole series on that. And we can, if we keep doing this, maybe we'll get to it. So let's see where we are. Did the multiple? Okay. So let's look at some number triangles. So and again, I really love this. So, and we're going to call these for what it is. For number in range, let's see where this shows up. Maybe it'll show up over here. All right, so this is what we're going to build, and we'll go through the script in a minute. Did that show up so you guys can see it? All right, so we're gonna work on this. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 10. We have 10 rows, and the columns build. So this is what we're going to have to do. We have to come up with a plan, and this is perfect for for loops. So we want to do something 10 times. Then inside that, we're going to do something a certain number of times that appears to be greater. So on the first one we have 1, on the second one we have 2, on the third one we have 3. Because the reason why I like this so much is it is patterns, it's algorithms. Even though this is a number triangle, you have to notice, do this and do this. What type of setup, what type of rules, and it's a great place to start with understanding algorithms of how to go. And it's actually a lot easier than you think. and you're not going to have to do a lot of planning. So 1 by 1, 2 by 2, 3 by 3. It doesn't seem that way, but on the first time through, it has 1 number. On the second time through, 2 numbers. And then on the 10th time through, it has 10 numbers. So let's just go ahead and get started on it. So here is the building block for it. Oops. All right, let's get this over here. So we know it needs to be 10 times, right? We're going to print out number 10 times. It's 10 rows down, right? Okay, but that's not quite right. We got 0 through 9. Still 10, but it's not right. So let's go 11. Let's see how this is. Okay, so we have our 10 rows, and we have them numbered correctly. But this is supposed to be 1 in every single one here. So we need to change this a little bit. And why don't we actually call this what it is? So we got our rows, because we're going to have, so I want you to think about this. We're going to have to go down row and then into our columns. So we're going to have a nested list, or excuse me, a nested loop. So each time through here, so what did I say? The first one, it is 1. Then the second one is 1, 2. And third one is 1, 2, 3. So basically, I'm going to come down, and then I'm going to do my column. All right, for range in, so is it range row? So each time through, then I want to print my column. All right, let's see how close I am. Oops, and I forgot our in. Now let's check this and what I spell wrong. For row in, oh, I changed this. For row in, and actually we probably need that to be blank. Let's look at it. Let's see how well I did. All right, how close am I? So I got my 1, 2, 3, 4, but it's not right. Okay, so I need to start. So what do we know about our rules? It starts at 0 and then goes up. It's inclusive and exclusive. So we saw this here. So if I change this to 1, oops, sorry guys, so that's a lot of background noise. All right, we're getting a little closer here. So 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. But now the only problem is that these are all on different rows, and I need them all together. So Iris showed you this last time. You can do this a couple of ways, but we're going to use the in suppression to get this to go and stay on the same line. That's why we need this space right here. So we're getting a little closer. All right, but this isn't quite right. So this is blank, and this is supposed to have 10. Oh, wait a second. So we moved the column over by 1. We moved our starting point over by 1, but we did not move our end point over by 1. So let's do that. Aha. So 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Now that's a little jumbled, and that's the one I showed you, but how would you make it a little clear? So I don't want, when I use this is an empty string. So len empty string is 0. So there is no difference other than me wanting to go ahead and put a space in there. So if I were to do that, boom, I have these nice spaces right here. All right. So now let's look and see where we are. Oh, I said we were going to look at the input. So Python has a very handy function already built in for us that, all right, so let's kind of recap a little bit. So a computer does a couple of things. Well, all a computer really does is just process information inside the processor, open and close it. But it is an input-output device. So right now, I'm on one that's taking a tremendous amount of input. Audio, keyboard, mouse, webcam, and right now it's only outputting to our screen. All right? And then also, YouTube is taking input from my screen. So that's how I want you to think about it. So has to be a way for Python to take information from you, from the user, from the programmer, and then endpoint is from the user. So name, input, please enter your name. And whatever you type here, so I want you to see, that has no space. Please enter your name. And then print hi. I know this isn't good. We're going to do print format in a minute. Name. Nice to meet you. All right. So there we go. Close that out. And let's see. There we go. All right. Sam. Hi, Sam. Nice to meet you. So if I would have left this like this, it'd be all crowded and have this prompt right there. Ugh, I don't like it. Now, what? Let's change this to number input, enter number to multiply by 2. Print number times 2. Now, for those of you who've been around Python a while, you know this is going to fail. 2. Actually, okay, it did. That's what it did. So, all right, why did 22 come out? That's I didn't really think about this. So we need to look at this. So the prompt is none, but it is built into none, but we can change it. Now, read a string from standard input. Trailing new line is stripped. The prompt string is given. So read a string. All right, guess I haven't read this in a while. Read a string from standard input. So the reason why, because we know 2 times 2 is 4. But if I pass this a string 2 and I'm telling Python I want 2 2's, I get a string of 22. Same thing as this. If I wanted to multiply this by 2, I'd get Sam. All right. So if I wanted to have this be actually multiplied, I need to wrap, just like we took our list function and we wrapped it around our range function to build a list of those range numbers. I can wrap integer around things to transform that into an integer. So now when I pass 2, I get 4. And I just realized we have not talked about the type function. What was the name of this variable? Number. Int. Then y is 3.0. Name is Sam. So I got an int, a float, and a string. So type y float, and type name string. Now you might be saying, why in the world, what is the point of this? You just created those, you know what they are. Well, there's going to be a time where you're creating something and you're expecting it to be one type of variable, and you're trying to, let's say you think you have this variable that you're bringing over, and you think it's a list, or you're expecting it to be a list, and it's a string, and you're calling a different method, or you're trying to append to it, and it's not quite working the way that you're throwing an error. You wrap that variable for a second around type, or you print it out in the middle of the steps in the sequence in the program, and then lo and behold, you see that it is not the variable you're expecting, so you need to convert it, change it over, and go from there. But that is just another example of the powerful tools that the core developers have thought of for you. So all right, let's keep moving. I've got a little bit more. Let's see. All right. Let's see, what else did I want to... All right, so let's think about prime numbers for a second. Or we already just did one for even, right? That's not what I wanted to do. So, all right. Let's see. All right, so what was a couple... Tuple zip. Oh, a dictionary. We need to talk about another type of container, the dictionary. So a dictionary is very powerful because there are going to be times, because I remember when I was learning, and so there's going to be times where you're not going to know how many variables you're going to have, and we just kind of saw that with our args. But let's say you need to convert that over and track them. Well, you're not going to know how many variables to create, and that's where like the dictionary comes in. That's very handy. All right. So in Python, it's called a dictionary, and it works, and it has a key and value pair. And what that means is it loads up and it has the dictionary with the key, and that's associated to a certain value. And the values can be anything. And literally the keys can be anything as well. So let's create a dictionary, and those are curly brackets. So we've had a list, which is the square brackets, and our dictionaries are curly brackets. Type D is a dictionary. And the way that you use this is just like so, and you can put anything as your value. It can be another dictionary, it can be a list, it can be a string, it can be a mix of anything. That's why this tool is so very, very powerful. So if we were to look and have, let's see, D1 Sam. So literally, I could have, I don't need to remember. So I got my position, that was 1. So if I were to change this, and every time through this program or loop or whatever I had, and when I got done adding somebody, I could literally just increment number up by 1. So now the next time I input somebody else, num, and their name, let's just do Steve. So now when I call my dictionary, the key, the first person was Sam, then the second person was Steve, and so on and so forth. So then when I got down to the bottom of it, I incremented up another one by 1. So, because again, Python does not care. As long as it has information for the object, if it has information stored in memory and Python can process it, you can use it. So if I wanted to add another, so num is now 3. So if I go num and I then Joe, you get the idea. And then this is how I call it, just like assigning. Then it'd be 2. I wanted to know who the second person on the roster, however they were, or the number or jersey number. That's a perfect example. Or the person that got, if you want to keep up with every person who's ever been hired at a company, and they just have an associate number that keeps going down, and you'd want to go and be able to track that record, 55,000. And the thing about this is the key value. So let's loop through this for I in the print I. So we need to look at this. This is only going to print out the keys. All right. Now, just like we've seen before, we need to look at dir on. All right. So we have our key, or clear, copy, from keys, get, items, keys. So this is where this starts to get very powerful. So these are my methods, so I need to use my parentheses because we learned over the days. So here are my keys, 1, 2, 3. Now, items. Here's the beginnings of unpacking. For key v in d dot items. Actually, let's do this. D dot items. Aha! Now, we're going to go ahead and touch on this. Here's another container called a tuple. They're very powerful. They live in parentheses. That's all we're going to talk about right now. So now here's my key and value. Key, value, key, value. Now we're going to look at unpacking. For key, value, in d.items. How did I get that to come out? I got this to come out by d.items. So this is my iterable. Here are my items. Here's my iterable. Now, so now I have my first tuple, second tuple, third tuple. 4, and let's see if they come out. You may be surprised. So key and value, print key and value. All right. So 1, 2, and I could have put anything in here. So, but all right. We're right at 50 minutes. And whoa. No problem, guys. I'm glad to hear that. So, well, hey, if you guys are, if these keep building like we have been, we'll keep doing a few of these and maybe even continue on with the other recorded videos. But I really get a kick out of doing this because I'm really trying to I know. After we get done with this, I am going to work on that Kiwi. Time got away from me last night, and I wasn't feeling too hot. But I will work on that today, and I'll get back with you, and I'll see if I can spot that that issue with Kiwi. I will. I promise. And if I can't, I'll let you know. But I've usually been able to find the bugs and see how it is. But you are right. That is a very, very large project. I've glanced at it. You've done a lot of work on that. So you should be very pleased with yourself. I'm very proud of yourself. But we're going to keep going. So you guys are liking these live streams. So just make sure you're hitting that like button so I can kind of see. And if you guys haven't subscribed yet, please go ahead and subscribe and check out some of, well, you're very welcome. But yeah, I just love showing Python and teaching Python, and especially coming up with the fall. So many more people continue learning Python, and like I said, I'm working on the book, and I'm really trying to get that done by fall. And it's sitting out, chapter 1's sitting out behind Patreon, if anybody's interested in that. But I just want to tell you guys thank you. I am extremely humbled that you guys are spending time watching these videos, and I'll keep working on getting notes around and keep compressing all the videos down and seeing how these live streams goes. But please make sure you're sharing these videos, hitting that like button and that subscribe button and the notification bell. And I'll just see, I'm not going to be able to do a live stream tomorrow, but I will see you guys next week, and we'll go from there. So as always, guys, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Bye. Well, hi everybody. This is Sam with Python Basics, and we are going to be continuing on with our streams. So thanks for joining us today. If you're new here, please hit that subscribe button down below me, straight down, and go ahead and give this a like. So, all right. So I was setting this up, and I realized that I meant to put where I was pulling all this from. So I actually have it over in the comments, or excuse me, yeah, over in the chat actually, and I'll put it down in the description once I put it up. But what I'm doing is I'm actually going through all of the first 100 videos that I have done. And the way that this channel is broken down is there are playlists. It's actually one of the subscribers' ideas was to group these so to help it be a little bit easier. And I know the grouping isn't that great, and I've been trying to brainstorm and not over catalog or categorize them, but they are in sequential order, and they are just episodes, and they're grouped in episodes of 100. So over in the chat, I have the playlist that all of these are. So if there's something that you want to go back and see, you can go to that playlist, and I'm trying to do them in sequential order. So I'm hoping not to jump around too much so that then you can go back and either rewatch this video or even go and look at the video, the original video, and they're pretty rough, the first 30 or 40. I try not to go back and watch them too much. So, all right, let's just go ahead and jump into it. So we need to learn about another built-in function that Python has, and it's eval for evaluate. And what it does is Python, of course, has rules and things, and we'll even look at how it can know. But Python knows that this is a digit. It's numeric. All right. So I can change this. Let's comment this out. Actually, let's cheat a little bit. Not a big fan of copying. If you've been around a while, you know that. So, but I want you to see both these. So let's comment this out now. Actually, to remind you. And if you're new here, thanks for joining us. Make sure you're hitting that like button to give me some feedback. All right, we're going to comment this out. So last time we looked at this, oh shoot, I meant to get rid of this int, because what this does is the input brings it in as a string, right? So when I give it 2, it takes 2 as a string and gives you 2 of those strings side by side. That's why that's 22. So let's put int back, int. Then I come back over here at the end. So now that is back the way it was. So comment that, bring this in. Now, all right, let's look at our eval. Let's bring this over, not that way, this one. All right, okay. Source, evaluate the given source, context of globals and locals. This is actually only about one of the ones that isn't really clear of what it does, but evaluate. Python can evaluate it, understand it, then express it. Okay, so if I wrap this in eval, if I can type today, so evaluate this. Actually, let's change this to answer. I always have to sound out answer. All right. So I'm actually going to please enter equation. So I'm actually going to take an equation, take it in. So I'm going to give it 2 plus 2. So the reason why this is such an interesting object is when we go, and if you have not seen the calculator series that we've done, this is a perfect example where you don't have to do any of the math. You don't have to plan. You don't have to go, okay, well, how am I going to handle this? I got a number, then I got a string. Well, guess what? Python has already done that for you. And that's what I remember. One of the first things that I read in one of the first books was battery. It was a term that Python used a long time ago, batteries included. So all that meant was it had everything. Well, if you were born in the decade that I was and raised in the 80s and 90s, the thing was you get a toy, but you always had to go get batteries, and then that became a huge selling point for a lot of the toys. Was the batteries started to get included, so parents would be like, okay, awesome, I don't have to go get one more thing. I can just buy the toy. So now this is one of the huge benefits of Python, is not only do you have external people building unbelievable libraries that partner with this, you have a wonderful team that is constantly changing things and updating the actual core language, the core rules, the functionality of Python. So all right, let's just keep moving. So that was evaluate. Now, one of the things that I love, that I thought was super cool in Python was, and I've learned a lot of just terminology and things with problem solving, but palindrome. I love that word. It took me forever to actually remember how to say it, but Bob, Mom, Dad, and I think race car are all palindromes. And same thing with 101. So anything forward and backwards that are exactly the same are a palindrome. So that is a great exercise for a programmer to test if something is a palindrome. So let's just go ahead and get started on how in the world would we do that test. So we're going to need to learn a couple of new tools. So let me check something. Sorry guys. Let's see, where did I want to look? All right. So palindrome. All right. So let's take in input. Input. Enter. Test. All right. Let me give it a space. Do that. All right, actually, let's look at that. Why'd that fail? So I started to put my parentheses, but my test was, or I noticed my parentheses was green. I should not have a parentheses green because I'm closing out my function. So what was the mistake I did? I put a single quotation and a double quotation. Python goes, I don't know what you're talking about. So now, okay. So let's go incremental. And let's just go here. Let's get this up here so you guys can see it. All right. Print pal. All right. And we're going to enter Bob. So pal is Bob. Now we need to look at ways to print this backwards. But if that's a palindrome, we won't know if it is actually backwards. So we're just going to do Sam. Now, we talked a little bit about slicing, one of the first few videos that we had. So we can do this a couple of ways. Let's first look at slicing before we get too crazy. So if I index this and I get index 1, that's the second character in because Python indexes at 0. So here we are. So this should be A. So then now, actually, let's make this really clear so we have a couple of options. We'll go all the way out and give everything. So now, if I do 4, I should get E. Now when I use colons, it is going to, I get start, stop, step. Same rules apply for slicing as they do for range. Let's see if I size this right. Can you see that? Okay, good. If you give it one number, it starts at 0, stops, and it's exclusive. So if you then you have start, stop, step. Same rule. If you can't remember in slicing, pull up range, and that's the order. Start, stop, step. Same rules apply. So, all right. So if I was going to then slice this, and I wanted to start at 1 and go to 5, I would get AMUE. Now when I leave it blank, start at 0, go, and if I leave the second one blank, I go all the way. Now, if I want step, how to increment, but I want all the letters, I go blank, blank, and I want to go every other letter, step by 2, go by 2. Think about your times table. Every 2, so 2, 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. So now this is starting at the beginning, going to the end, going every other letter. So S, S, M, E. And then there is no even right here because it started at 0, started at the first one. Now if I were to start at 2, the first index, the second letter, let's go here, and I start at the first index, then I get 2, 4, 6, every other letter. So we learned that indexing and slicing, we can go backwards. So maybe I can go by step in a negative direction by ones. All right. I remember the first time I saw this, it blew me away. -1. So start at the beginning, go to the end, and I want to increment step by 1 in reverse. Boom. So is this equal to this? No, because Samuel is not a palindrome. So now let's test if Bob is a palindrome. Let's reassign Bob. All right. So here's our equivalency test. Two equal signs is our equivalency test, our equivalent test. So then we go x beginning to the end by -1. So lo and behold, Bob is a palindrome. And I'm almost positive, I think I remember this, race car. Yeah, there it is, the E's in the middle. So then we'll just do this. Boom. So mom, dad, Bob, race car, all palindromes. So you could come over here. So we have our test. Then how do we want to do this? Pal. So print pal equals pal, boom, boom, -1. Close that out. All right, does that look right? Run this, save it, run it. Then race, let's just go mom. True. So there we go. That is the clean, clear, simple one way to do this. Now I want to show you how you can turn this into a list and use some of the built-in methods that lists have, and then also a outside function that is already sitting out there. All right, let me make sure where I am. But if you're just dropping in and you're new here, thanks for joining us. Make sure you're hitting that like button, and if you have not subscribed to this channel, go ahead and hit that subscribe button and the notification bell. I don't want you missing any videos. And if you're just joining us, what I've been doing is been I haven't even checked the comments. All right. Oh, no problem. I really enjoy. I started learning Python just past 7 years. So, and I started teaching and sharing at my kids' school, and really got into it. I tried learning programming back in the 90s, and I started with C++, and I just couldn't get it. I was intrigued by it. I loved it, but I couldn't grasp it. And then one day I was got a newspaper article, and it had stuff about big data. They hadn't coined the phrase data science yet, and it was talking about how Python was one of the premier languages for that. And after that, I was hooked, started reading, started practicing, started learning, and have fallen in love ever since. So, all right. So now we need to learn how to do this another way. So one of the ways, because let's say, well, it's just important to be able to do it. So you can now actually wrap this in a list. Let's copy this so we can have it. So right now, pal. So I can put this in, I can actually do this. This is completely legal. Now I'm going to show you another way. We need to look at, we haven't really gone over all of these. So let's just kind of go through them. So what did I just do? I just ran dir on my variable. And I can run dir on, if I type dir, let's get my cursor out of the way, on string. It's the exact same because Python understands that my pal variable is a string. So it just goes down to memory, examines it, and then spits it out. So there we are. So let's just look and see. So I can also run pal.split. And, oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Let's see. So split, that'll take a sentence. Excuse me. Should not have said it that way. It will take a string and split it. And you can run help on all of these. So let's see. And you can use str dot, let's split. You do not pass. So, all right. What does it do? Returns a list of words in a string using sep as a delimiter. All right. Sep, short for separation. Delimiter, if you say delimiter, or what it does is it shows you where to split the string. If you want to split on the white spaces, if you want to split on commas, however you would like to do this. So when I pass in, when I take my, I took pal and I wrapped it, I put it, let's do new. Then I take list and I pass pal in. So now I have a list, and it chopped up everything, every character. So if I had spaces in between that string, I would have spaces in between. So let's see. Let's do x equals m-o, whoops, m. Then newer equals list x. So then I go newer, and I have here when newer. I have 5 items in this list because these spaces are still taking up memory. I still press the space bar. Hey there, everybody. Thanks for joining us. We got a couple people right now joining us. So this is 4th in the series. We'll just do a little recap here. This is 4th. So what we're doing is over in the chat, I put the actual link to the playlist. I meant to have it down in the description below, so guys. Didn't want to cancel the stream right before I got started, so I'm still getting used to this. So, but these few streams are just a redo or a kind of do-over of all of the original first 100 episodes, 100 videos that are on the channel. So if there's something that I've gone over that didn't quite get it and you don't want to have to come back and find it in this live stream, you can go back and find that related video with that title in that first playlist. So all right, so now that I have this, what did I call new? I called new my list, my short list of just MOM. Now, what is a list? One of the last times. So let's just look at it. Help on new. And this is stuff, but we need to look at it. So what is a list? Where'd I go? Okay. Built-in mutable sequence. It is a container. So a list, well, I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you. Well, look, just to give you guys a little bit of a backstory if you're new here. When I started my journey in Python at 36 years old. I had a full-time job. I'm married. I got 3 kids. They're in school. It was very hard. So if I could, and I struggle with learning disabilities. If I can learn how to do this, I promise you, anybody can. So figure out a way, and one thing that you'll hear me talk about a lot, find out how you learn. However you learn, do that way. Don't try to do it a way that somebody else tells you. Experiment and find the way that you learn. All right. So the way that I learned, where I'm more confident, is just doing something over and over and over again. I have to do something 100 times before it sinks in. Then I really started learning a bunch of years ago that when I start teaching or training something, I become better. Then I learned there are much smarter people than I who have really taken that and expanded upon it. If you want to be exceptional at something, if you want to master something, teach it. That was actually the quote from Richard Feynman. I just finally read that one day and I about passed out. I was like, oh my God, that is exactly true. Well, the guy was a genius. He worked at MIT and I think Caltech. So all right, let's just go ahead and keep going. So where are we? Nope, not there. Let's see. So we are, reverse and sorted. And so we're going to now look at our list methods. So dir list. Okay, so we've looked at append before, but now, okay. We got reverse, we got sort. So let's work with reverse. So there's actually 2 ways to change the direction of a list. So a list is something that's called mutable. You can change it. So oh, that's awesome. Okay. Well, good. I'm glad. Look, this channel, I designed this channel to, if I were to start over, what would I want? Because when I was learning, I'm completely self-taught. Everything I know here, I figured out or taught myself. I had some, because I learned by doing and I learned by visual. I tried reading books and it just wasn't doing. So that was actually the initiation where I got much better at Python right around the time I started teaching. So I started sharing this at my kids' school. So I was going and showing young people how to learn to program. And then I was having these aha moments. Then, of course, one of my kids had a YouTube channel for gaming, and he was saying, you need to have a YouTube channel. So, and I was like, I don't know, I'm still learning. So basically what I did is I went back and got all of my notes and all of my files and all of my scripts. And what I did was, there was a question posed a long time ago, probably about 10 years ago. If you want to become an expert, spend 10,000 hours on it. Whatever task you want to master, 10,000 hours. It's about 6 years. So if you're able to do it full time, 40 hours a week, 6 years. That's kind of the standard protocol, and I kind of begin to. I've become more. I was less reluctant to agree with that, but that's a good that's a very good question. So all right, where was I? So I started teaching, and I realized that I was becoming more comfortable at this, and then the idea came. Well, there are these videos that are out there, and they're long, and everybody's getting this. But if I had to go back and find one thing, it would take me. I would spend more time looking for that one thing buried in a huge video. So where the idea for this channel came from was, I wanted you guys to not have the same problems I did. So I started doing just small little snippets so you could come and find them and then solve your problem and move on. So, all right, I'm getting distracted, so I'm sorry. All right, so we have our new, right? Then we have newer. So now, let's do name so you guys can see this. List, then SAMUEL. All right, and name. There we go. So now let's look at reverse. And it literally is, so it's a method. So help name dot reverse. Now, this is important. So a couple of streams ago, we talked about return. So Python, there's only one or two that is not clear on this, but if you see in place, that means does not return. It changes this variable. So if I use this method, it's going to override and change my variables. So I'm going to have a new variable. So, all right. So if I do name right now, I get a list of characters that are my letters to my name. Now, if I do name dot reverse, boom, it's in place. So now my original variable is gone because it changed it in place. It did not return a new one. It did it in place. So be very, very aware of that. That is a very important key right there. Now, that is one way to reverse something. Now, there is also help. So reverse is a method inside the list object. Now, there's reversed. Aha. So what did I say about purple? Yeah, I love teaching print first is the first built-in function. If it's a built-in function, it's purple. So we got help, we got list, we got dir. So I typed reversed, just went purple, right? So I wrap this up. Oh, I got a whole thing. Return a reversed iterator. All right, I don't want to get into the iterable discussion right now, but we will touch on that very, very soon. Iterable, iterator, not the same. Just want you to be aware of that. So now, but what does it do? What did we just talk about? It returns something, so it creates something. So if I come down here, name. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, the channel is 3 years and 3 months, and I did a whole year about a year and a half ago, and I did a video a day. That was really hard. I think I skipped one day because of my internet service provider. But no, I really appreciate that. So, reversed. All right, so I want you to look at this. So right now, that's just a reversed iterator. I didn't create anything, right? Because why? Creates. So still have name, hasn't changed. So new name, reversed name, new name. Oops. Print new name. Wow, okay. Whoa. Interesting. Okay. That must be an update in 3.8 that I was unaware of. Oh, yeah. Return a reversed iterator. Okay. All right, so I guess we're going to have to go into this. So now let's take our new name, list new name. Now, there we go. So tomorrow we will be getting into our iterable discussion. All right. So I'll get some notes around for that. I'll make a note of that. But to give you an idea, when I started learning Python, it was on Python version 3.4. So, all right, cool. Well, thanks for joining us, everybody. If you're new here, I really appreciate it. This is extremely humbling. I still am blown away that so many people come to this channel to learn Python from me. I absolutely love it. So awesome. I'm glad we have a few people in here. I remember my son, he said, now just be prepared that you may not have anybody who watches. And I was mentally prepared for that for last week, and I was very blown away by how many folks were here, and then how many people went back and rewatched the live streams. So that was shocking. So I put up a new video. We're gonna go back to also still doing. I took 2 weeks off from posting videos daily, and YouTube actually has this new tool that shows when people who are watching your videos are on, and that was how I figured out this time of day was the best, because there are more of you on right now than later in the day when I post the scheduled video. So still gonna do the scheduled video, gonna stay in a series, and then if you guys still like this, which I'm getting some great feedback, and if it's helping you, I'm gonna keep doing it, because again, the whole point of this is to save you pain and anguish and the things that I fought through. I want you to, if I can save somebody any pain, I want to do that. All right, that's the whole point of this. So we got reversed, and we now have, so we just learned that the reverse method does it in place. So you would need to be careful and to make a copy. So we also then need to look at sort. We'll look at sort, and then we'll move on. And then you also have sort, and then you're sorted. So let's look at let's see, we're doing, do we just have name? What's name right now? That's not what I wanted. Help, name, sort. Cool, there we go. All right. Sort the list, ascending order, return none. All right. So this doesn't create anything. This is, so here it is. When you see return none, it's the same thing as in place. So you'll see a little bit of variation. So the other one, we saw it, this omitted return. Sorry guys, I thought I muted that. Guess I haven't had any I thought it was a little quiet. Thought I had muted it. Okay. So reverse in place also is return none. This has omitted return none, but now here this is explicit. Return none, sort in place. So let's see. So if I do, let's see what name, I can't remember what name is. Let's do this. When you run dir and don't pass anything, you actually get a list of all. I want you to look. How did I know it was a list? Because right there, as square brackets. So this is a list. So name, new name, newer, pal, and X. All right. So I just want to take, let's see what name dot sort. Close that out. Name. Okay. Now let's go over this. Why is S before A? All right, because it sorts capitals first, then lowercase, and then goes through the alphabet. So if I were to do a list, y equals 3, 5, 6, 2, 5, 6, 3, y dot sort y, and it will put these then. And how did it go? How did it go? What did it do? Where did it say? Ascending order. Well, what in the world if I wanted to go in reverse? Now, we have not talked about defaults or optional arguments, but we're going to do that now. So this is called an optional argument, and its default is false. So reverse. Do we want to be in reverse? No, false. So it's going to be in ascending order. So now let's say I wanted to reverse this. You turn this into true. So all right, give me a second. My throat's a little dry today, so I apologize. All right. Put that down there. Okay. So now let's go back up here. All right, so I don't like this, but I'm using shells, so I can't use my up key that I'm used to. So what I did right there is I cheated. I put my little cursor on this line and I hit enter, and the shell bumps down here and copies the line that I was on. So now I've put my list and back into memory and assigned it to y. Now I want this to be in reverse order. I want 6, 5, 3, 2 to come out. So how in the world can I do that? Well, we're going to use the tools that we have. So I'm going to go y. I'm going to go sort. Aha. Ooh, can you see that? Sorry. Looks like it's set down. Good, 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 good. Key, we'll talk about key later. Don't worry about that. And then reverse false. So the way that you do this, reverse, and if you've been around a while, you know I am not a speller. And you just pass in the true boolean, close this out, y, boom. It is literally that simple. It is there, y. And it is now in reverse in place. All right, so we got about 20 minutes. Let's see where I am. Ooh, okay. Here's a good one. Enumerate. So let's say you're going through and you need to figure out, you need to count, and you need to keep up with the count of objects. So let's see. Well, first let's enumerate. Okay, and how did I know I spelled it right? Because it went purple. All right. Here we go. Return and enumerate object. So what do we know about return? Create something. So now let's pass in. We got a list of students. We got Bob, Steve, John, Andy. And I want to then, so I'm going to pass in an iterable, all right? And what did we just learn about reverse? Sort, the sort method. We just learned that when we see something and an equal sign and some bit of information, this is a default argument, an optional defaulted argument. So starts at 0. So if I wrap this up, so students, then I pass my enumerate, and I pass student, put this in memory, then I call Oh, whoa, what in the world's going on? Students, right? Yeah, students. I get an object. But let's go through here. Let's then wrap this up so we can look at it. All right. So now we need to talk a little bit about this. These are called tuples, and these are very powerful because you can't change them. So we'll go more into that later. Here we go. Enumerates objects yield pairs containing a count from start, default 0, and then that whatever object. So let's scroll down here. So it started at 0. So then Bob is linked with 0. So I don't have to go through and come up with a for loop and go boom, 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 because I think in the previous, in the enumerate video, I like showing you the hard way, but you can go back and look at that. I don't want to slow you guys down too much with the hard way in the live streams because your guys' time is valuable. But everything that I'm doing if you're new here joining the stream, thanks for joining us. Make sure you're hitting that like button, and if you haven't subscribed yet, hit that subscribe button and the notification bell. But every video that I'm doing here right now today is in the playlist that's over in chat. I meant to have it down in descriptions. It'll be in there in tomorrow's stream. So, and also to kind of recap, what is probably going to happen is, unless it becomes too much, but right now it hasn't gotten too bad, but we'll live stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then have our videos on Monday through Friday still with our regular series. But but every video or every topic that I'm doing right now in these live streams is in that playlist in the first 100 videos in sequential order. So if there's something that you want to see more of, or maybe more in depth, you can go back and look at that video. I didn't want to remake any of the videos to have you not sure exactly which one. So kind of trying to do a recap, or is that's the experiment. So now we need to tweak this a little bit. You and I know Python starts at 0. It indexes at 0. But other people, especially an end user with a program, they're not going to want to know 0, and you're not going to want to have to start over and go, okay, if I have 3, so I'm going to always have to remember to add 1 to know how many students I have in my class. So we come up here, and how does this work? Let's just go back and look at it. Start. My optional argument is start. So I want to start at 1. So I change start to 1. And I redo this. Then I go through and I wrap. Whoa, my computer's acting weird today. Sorry, guys. Students. There we go. So now I have a list, and I know it's a list because it has square brackets. And a tuple. Let's just go ahead and look at help. Well, actually, we're going to get real specific. We're going to read students. We're going to do a couple things. And also, if you were not here last time, this is completely legal in Python. Python does not care that you're using the same variable name. All Python does is go into memory, identifies this variable, looks at the stuff associated with, and goes, oh, you're talking about this stuff. I don't care what this is yet. Python will do everything on the right side of the equal sign first, and then assign it to the variable. Information first, right side first, then left. Does not matter. These are the same. Doesn't even matter a little bit. All right, so now, oops, and let's see what I did. So now let's just go back up here and rerun this. All right, All right, list. So now what I want to do is I want to show you something. For I in, well, yeah, sorry. Students, print, oops. Let's do it over here. I in students, print I. All right. Now, each of these is a tuple, all right? And what is a tuple? Okay, this has got some pretty good information. I have not looked this up in a while. Now, built-in immutable. Tuples, strings are immutable, cannot be changed. So they have, you can't mess with them. So if you're creating a variable and you don't want them to accidentally be adjusted, you use a tuple. So now what in the world did I do right here? I just printed out, so inside students is a list, because we saw that up there, is a list of tuples. And I'm printing out the whole object. So I'm printing out the tuple each time. So if I print out print type I, and I rerun this, each one of these is a tuple. Now, let's comment that out. Now let's say, so we talked about packing and unpacking last time. So now we're going to unpack it. So I want to know what number student they are and their name. So I'm going to change this to number, and student. Number, because right now this is kind of ugly. That's print number and student. All right, so let's go over this just again. So here's my iterable. Then I understand and I know that inside each object of my iterable is a tuple. Then inside my tuple, I have two objects, and I'm unpacking them. First one, second one. Now, here's the thing. This is where it gets weird. You don't have to use both of them, but you do have to unpack them. So here, well, let's run this, and then I'll show you. So now if I were to just go and say that I just want the number out of it, I get 1, 2, 3, 4. But I still have to unpack them. I don't have to use both of them. But if I just go to one variable, I'm just grabbing the variable. So I'm grabbing all of it. So I get the tuple. All right, let's say that again. All right, so each time through this object, there are 4 objects inside our students object, our iterable. So when I just pass one, I get the whole object. Now if I pass 2 objects, Python intuitively understands that it knows that I know what I'm talking about, and it's going to unpack it. Oops, sorry about that, guys. It's going to unpack it. So now that I've unpacked it, I get the first object inside that object, and then the second. Oops. Now, again, I don't have to use both of them. Sorry. My goodness, guys. Boom. And I can even change the order. Number. Run it again. However I want to do it. But that is how you can use enumerate. So that was maybe a little bit more than I was planning on or expecting. So, okay. Yeah, I got a couple more things here, but I really don't want to go over an hour because I don't want to slow you guys down. But you guys, I have not looked at the comments in a minute. Sorry about that. Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. Okay, please explain the arguments. Print and return, which is amazing, but I don't explained well until you're. Oh well, thank you. I really appreciate that. But all right. This is why the function. Yes. So if a variable has an asterisk, that is a args. So you are telling Python, hey, we may get more than one. So we're going to take a list, and actually we may be getting to tomorrow or probably Thursday the args v from the OS or sys. Can't remember off the top of my head right now, and that's fine. I don't have to. I got notes. That's the awesome thing. Don't make notes. Please don't ever delete a file that you've written. Don't ever delete a function. Don't ever comment it out. Never delete anything. Okay. Not only one, can you go back and reference it later, but two, it's good to see how you're developing, and also it's a good goal to then see, can you make it better? Can you make it cleaner? Can you make it more efficient? Can you make it more readable? Because I remember, I'm going to show you tomorrow. I thought we'd get to it today, but I rambled on a little bit, so I apologize. Prime numbers. I'm going to show you the first time, and you can see it in my videos. I showed you the first way that I figured out how to do a prime number. It was horrible, but I used the tools that I had, and then I learned more. Then I made better tools. Then I learned more. Then I made better tools. So that's that. So all right, we've been here for 55 minutes. We got a couple people here, so thank you for being here, guys. Make sure that you are hitting that like button for me, and if you are completely new to this channel, make sure you're hitting that subscribe button and the notification bell. But the plan for tomorrow is we're going to look at the absolute value function, the and or keyword, the string module, very big time saver if you're trying to use the characters so you don't have to type them all out. I remember I was doing stuff with the alphabet and I was typing them all out and I wanted to kill myself. And then I found something that saved my life. That made my life a lot easier. So prime numbers, and then leap year, second conversion, and times table. All of those are very, very good for problem solving and basic bones of Python. So they have formatting, they have modulo, thinking, planning, attacking. So I really love doing this. Really like these comments. Ton of likes. Thank you guys for being here. Thanks for joining us. Gonna do the same time tomorrow, and we'll go from there. So please, if you know somebody who's learning Python, please share this channel with them. I hope that it saves them a lot of time and pain and anguish, because that was the whole purpose of this channel. But as always, guys, thanks for watching. Stay tuned, and we'll see you guys next time. All right. Bye, guys. Well, hi there, everybody. This is Sam with Python Basics, and if I entered the number right, we are on live stream 5 for complete beginners. So we got a couple people here, so let's just go ahead and get started. So where'd we leave off? We were talking about enumerate, and I want to go ahead and move on with a couple other videos. So let's see. Oh, I know where we need to go. We need to talk about while loops. So we've learned about a for loop. Now we need to learn about for loops. Now we need to learn about while loops. And it's pretty self-explanatory. For a certain amount of time and while a condition is met. So let's look at this. So while, let's do x equals 0, while x is less than 10, print x, and then x increment 1. All right, so what happened here? So I have my condition, and this is going to happen until this becomes false. So we're going to hardwire this. We're going to do this a couple times. While true, print, excuse me guys, print hi. All right, so I'm going to hit this, and we're on line 21. So this is going to happen pretty fast. And then I'm going to come up here, and I'm going to restart shell, and now I'm on 426. So basically, over 400 highs were printed out. So I hardwired this right here, and I just made it true. So this was going to go on in infinite. So I do that to say this. Make very sure that you're not going to set up and have an infinite loop and you have something change in your while loop, or you'll have something like this. But that's how that works. So to really kind of test this, we can then even do this. Print x, oops, 10, close that out. Oh, I left out. We restarted, that's right. Now all of a sudden, this is not true. So I get 0, it's true, 1, true, so on and so forth. So this will only happen. So whenever you have an if, or a while, or an else, they have to be true. That was the thing that took me a while, and not a lot of people were saying that explicitly. This line has to be true. So in actually moving forward, there's actually an and or an or. So that's the next thing I kind of want to talk about that we need to cover. Actually, yeah. So the way that works is, and you have to have both of them, or you just have to have one of them be true. So let's make sure I got some good notes for and or. So all right. So if you're new here, thanks for joining us. This is our live stream. We're going to be doing live streams Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday on top of our videos, daily videos, Monday through Friday. And I actually got in the descriptions down below the link to the playlist of the first 100 videos that these come from. So everything that I'm doing here, there is a specific micro video associated with it. So you can sit here and watch with us right now, and then if you want to go back and review, just hit that playlist and you can go back. It's the first, I think we're on, I think I looked, we're about halfway through episode, because now I think yesterday's video was 730, 731. So there are a ton of videos. And what I'm doing here, so you guys can understand the method to my madness, is that it's summertime, and this is usually the slow time, but there are still people who are really trying to learn Python, and just an experiment to see, and it's actually been received quite well. So if there's if there's something here that you want to go back and watch, there is a video, and it is in that playlist that's down in the description below. And if you're watching here, go ahead and give this video a thumbs up for me. So, all right, let's look. That's not the one I want. Sorry, guys. I want this. So let's talk about and or now. Let me see if I can find the example that I have. All right. So this is this. We'll go ahead and put this over here, copy this. So, all right. If 3 greater than 2 and 4 greater than 3, print yes. And then else, if I can type today, else print no. So, all right, what am I doing? Is 3 greater than 2? True. And, so both of these, when you use and, both of these conditions, Boolean tests, need to be true. So true and true. So is 4 greater than 3? True. Is 3 greater than true? 3 greater than 2? True. So when I run this, and let's see if what I do? I didn't close that out properly. So I get yes, because both of these are true. Now, let's change this. Let's change this to 2. What should happen? I get no. Now, so let's copy this so you guys can have and see it. All right. Or, all I need is one of them to be true. All right. So 3 greater than 2, true. Or 2 greater than 3. That's false. But I got or here. So, oops, I meant to comment that out. Sorry about that. All right, so I get yes. Now, if I change this to 0, what do I get? I get no. All right, let's see. We got any? Finally catching this live. Hey, no problem. I appreciate you guys sitting here watching and spending your time and watching these with me. So if you're new here, we had a couple people jump in. If you have not, I think everybody's here that's been here before, so I won't slow you guys down. But all right, let's see where we are. All right, so I wanted to talk about, the string module. So let's say you were going to type out all the letters. A, B, C, D, or you could go all the keys across the keyboard, right? So you don't have to think about it and do the alphabet. Well, if you're lazy like me, that is going to frustrate you. So import string. This is just yet another example of string of the work that people have done before us. So we have ASCII letters, ASCII lowercase, ASCII uppercase, digits, punctuation, white spaces. So let's look at string dot ASCII underscore letters. Oops. Import string helps if you type all of the letters correctly. I knew something didn't look right. And if you are new here, I am dyslexic, so you will see lots of misspellings. Here we go. So that is every single letter. ASCII letters, all of the letters. So we got capital and lowercase. So lowercase and capital. Well, you say, well, what happens if I need just lowercase? Well, guess what? I don't know if I'll show my age here, but they have an app for that. Well, they have a method for that. Lower case. Boom. And then accordingly, uppercase. Boom. There we go. I wanted to cover that because I think someplace in this top one, or in the first 100, it's in there. Now we need to talk a little bit more about flow and control and how to neaten neaten up some things. So we're going to do a little non-Pythonic, and then we're going to really improve this. Let me see where. All right. So awesome. Well, I'm glad I'm able to help you increase your knowledge in Python. I'm just going to close that because I do not need that. All right, that's that one. We're going to look at odd number. We're going to create a function, odd, and it's going to take. Now, so how many different conditions are there? It's either odd or even. So there's two. So we need to ensure that we have our two conditions set up. So what is an odd number? Well, how about we do the easier one first? An even number is a number divisible by 2 and with a remainder of 0. And we know, so 5 is not an even number because it has a remainder of 1 when we divide it by 2. It goes in 2 times and has a remainder of 1. So there we are. So now, let's just keep this clean, because if you're anything like me, you hate true and false with a not in there. So we're going to check an even number. So if x divisible by 2 equals 0, now we want to return. We're going to use return on this. So return true, else return false. And then we're going to test this. Even for, and we're just going to copy this. Not a big fan of copying, but it's not code. So 3, 5, and 8. So it should be true, false, false, true, right? And this isn't too bad. That's pretty clean. But I'm going to show you that it could be, oops. Now, what happened? I only returned it. I didn't print it to the screen. So you need to make sure that you are wrapping. Copy. All right. And I just pasted over my even. So let's go. So I got true, false, false, true. So true, false, false, true. So that is correct. But let me just show you that this can be cleaned up just a little bit more. So I know that this is going to be a test, right? So this is returning. I'm getting information back about the Boolean, correct? So let me show you that you can shorten this down to all right, here. What happened? How did I know I made a mistake? Because right here, it's on my column 0. It's on my edge. It's under my D. Because I didn't put a colon. So every time I'm in the body of either my condition or my function, I need to be under the first letter of my function every time. Return x modulo 2 equals 0. So I can shrink this down to one line because this is going to return a Boolean, correct? I don't have to go and go, okay, we'll test this. This is already being tested. So I'm just literally just going to return the test. Now, if you have an opposite, you could maybe need to have that because when I was first doing this, if I was doing an opposite, like odd, I sometimes needed to do that. But then once I got more comfortable with the reverse or the opposite, I just began to boil this down. So let's run this and let's make sure I've got everything right. True, false, false, true. So if I wanted to then do odd, how would I do that? Odd, x, let's do y. Then return x divisible by 2 not equal to 0. Copy, paste, copy, paste, 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 paste. So what should happen now? So I should have, let's put a little break here. Print, print. So I'm testing odd first, then I'm going to have a break, and then I'm doing even. So it should be false, true, true, false. Then true, false, false, true. Let's see if we did it right. Why? Okay, what'd I do? I went too fast. Sorry. So I guess look, this is one of the awesome reasons why I love Python. It tells you where you screw up and you get to go find it and you're going to learn about it. You learn, if you write a piece of code and you write it correct the first time, yeah, yay, you got it right. But I'm telling you, you didn't learn anything. When you screw up as much as I have, when I'm showing young people code and I love it, and they say, the computer was wrong, and I'm like, the computer's wrong? How's the computer wrong? Well, it didn't do it right. It's going to do exactly what you tell it to do. So let's see. So I can eyeball my mistakes very, very quickly. So, and also it's going to tell you the type of error you made, the name of that variable, and then where. But I knew exactly what it was. I copied. This is why you don't copy. So line 138, my cursor's there, line 138, boom. I copied, I changed, and I did not change. So I could have technically left that the same. I am flying by the seat of my pants doing a live video, so thanks for hanging in there with me. So false, true, true, false, then true, false, false, true. So there we are. This is how you can neaten this up and put it on one line. Very Pythonic, very clean, very readable, very clear. You can do this when you're getting started, but especially if you're going to do the reverse or have a reverse condition. So, all right, there we are. Let's comment that out. Okay, and if you're just jumping in and you're just seeing us and you're joining us, thanks for being here. Drop in over in the chat just so I can see you. Just so I think there's 4 in right now. But in case you hadn't heard, all these videos, all this content has a video down in the playlist, down in the descriptions. So just if you are seeing something here and you're not sure how I did it, you can actually go back inside that playlist and find that specific video associated with this subject. Oh, and also, I don't think I've mentioned this before. Down in the, I don't know if it's in the description of this, but I think it may be. In the description of all the other videos, there is the GitHub of the link of all the all the code that I've done so far up to this point that you can go back and look at. Has every single bit of code, and that you're able to go and download and see and work with. Because if you learn that way, where you look and you're able to read it and see it and go from there. So, all right, let's see what is next. All right, clean that up. Oh, square root. So there are a couple of ways to do squaring a number. I said square root. I don't know if we want to get into square roots yet, but how to square a number. So there's a really simple way. So we have that. Then import, just like everything else here in Python, there is a library for that. All right. Power. Then pi, and then square root. So maybe we will look at. But all right, math.py, and then math.power. All right, let's stay true to our form. Math, how does this work? Math.power. How do I use it? Okay, so I pass in two objects, and it returns x to the power of y. X to the power of y. So I go math.power, and I'm going to pass it in 2, and I want to cube it. So I get 8. Now, I want you to look, it returns a float. So be very aware of that. So if you're using it in your whatever you're working with, and you are expecting something, and you are then doing some math, and it is off a little bit, always check and see how it comes out. What is returned? So, all right. Now we need to look at this. So have you guys ever seen how to import very laser focused? So these are all. So pow is a function inside the math module. So, and how I had to do this is I had to call math.pow, then pass the arguments. Well, I can laser focus this. From math, import pow. All right. So then pow, then I'm going to then pass in x, y. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Then here. Then also, I want you to look at pi. Pi is not defined. From math, import pi. So then I call pi again, and pi is 3.14. I can only remember up to 3.14. I've never gotten fancy and tried to remember any more of those. So, all right, let's look and see what's next. Actually, we're going to use pi, and we're going to look at rounding. Help with round. So what does round do? It's a built-in function in the built-ins. Ooh, maybe we'll look at that next time. All right, round a number to a given precision decimal digits. Return value as an integer if int is omitted. Okay, so let's look at this. So round. So we got an argument, and then what did we learn about I think it was yesterday. What did we learn about equals and things? A default optional argument. So round. Then we're going to put in pi. All right, so why'd that round down this far? Well, the instructions were return a value. The return value is an integer if in digits is omitted or none. Otherwise return. So if I go round pi, then I pass in 2, I get 3.14. And if I do this and I change this to 4, I get, because it says decimal digits, 4 and 2. So there we go. Now, okay, let's go ahead and look at square root. So you can do this. You can do this a couple different ways. So if you've ever seen powers and you know them, if you're pretty comfortable with math, you know that a power is also can be fractions going back and forth. If it's underneath, you do the inverse, it becomes a power. So just hang on and we'll elaborate. So a square root of 4, we take our power operator, then I'm going to go let's do 0.5. All right. So I want to do this in a half. All right. So this is weird. I know. I remember when I was first learning about math and powers and reciprocals and inverse, all of those things, opposites were always an extra challenge for me. All right. So then I can also do this as, so if I don't want to have to remember what the decimal needs to be, I can put it in as a fraction, and we just have to, oh, I know one thing. We need PEMDAS. We have to use math's order of operations. PEMDAS, parentheses, exponents, multiplication and division, adding and subtracting. Same rules apply. Parentheses, then exponents, powers, then multiplication and division, then, so I'm forcing, so if I would have gotten rid of this, all right, that one happens to work out because it's 4 divided by 2. But if I would not have had my parentheses, that would have, my order of operations would have been this, then this. So if I have 9, let's do 8. Then if I want to do this to, I want a third of this, I get my 2. And then one more example and then we'll move on. Actually, we'll use the square root math function. So, so a couple more people have joined. If you're new here, thanks for joining us. Don't forget to hit that like button. But I do have down in the description the playlist. I did remember to do that, and I've added it to all of the other live videos. But I just want to tell you guys, thank you for stopping in. Thank you for watching this. Thank you for giving me the feedback that you guys are getting. Do we have object oriented programming? I do have some videos on class, but that's further along because sometimes that is a little bit more complicated for people to understand. But yes, I do have several videos, and especially the Pygame videos of the sprites and the things like that and how they interact. But yes, I do have object-oriented programming. But I don't know, well, I don't know where all of this is going to lead. But yes, you can go to the playlist for Pygame and playlist for class, and you will see some object-oriented programming there. So, all right, let me see what we have on table for next. But great question, and thanks for posing it. Because look, if you guys have a question, please ask it. Because not only do I want to help you, but somebody else has that same question. I've been, my goodness, I've been teaching people for almost 30 years. I started a long time ago training people, and I've learned if you have that question, somebody always has a question. They just are reluctant because they may not think it's a good question. it's a good question because somebody has that question. Even if you kind of know, even if you just learned it and you're like, oh, okay, I wait a minute, I figured it out. Pose it anyway, because if you had that thought, somebody else had that exact same thought. All right, let's see. Prime numbers. Yeah, we're gonna look at prime numbers. So I'm going to show you the horrid way that I first did this. Then I'm going to show you the much cleaner Pythonic way. Then I'm going to show you a very, very clean. So bear with me, because we're actually also going to learn about some functionality of what return does in Python, because I use this so I'm going to just show you the, have I got the caps lock on? Okay, is prime. So let's talk for a second. What is a prime number? A prime number is a number that is only, and I remember I had to learn this because I was challenged, well, why isn't 1 a prime number? Well, it has to be divisible by 1 and itself. 1 only has one number. It's 1 and the other 1 is 1. Those are not two different numbers. That's why. I posed it to a math message board, and then of course I scrolled down and found it. So it has to be two integers, and only two integers, 1 and itself. That is the definition of a prime number. So that is why 1 is not a prime number. Secondly, 2. 2 is the only even prime number. So that actually plays into how we are going to build this first thing. So again, now I have always bared my soul when coming to how I came to learn. So please don't be too rough on me, but I'm going to show you the very first way that I learned how to figure out a prime number. I remember because it actually was building upon the MIT class that I found, gosh, a very long time ago. It was all online, and I was not enrolled at MIT. Please don't, no. I just saw these, and I was trying to challenge myself. Assignment 1 was a print function. I was like, oh, I can do this. And the second one was find the 1000th prime number. That took me about 4 weeks to figure out. So that's enough of the history right there. So for in range 2. So we just learned that we're going to start at 2. Then we're going to go through x. Then if x divisible by n equals 0, then d dot append n. Then if, I'm going to show you that this is the only way. Again, I was learning this all by my little lonesome. This was just garbage that I came up with, but it worked. Return false, and then else return true. So let me just show you what I built, what I did. So I wanted to capture if another number was divisible. So I went through and I started at 2, and if any of those numbers, so I had my bookends. I knew 1, and then I had my x. So that's why I don't have +1 here, because it's going to go right up into and exclude x. So I have my bookends, and I'm right inside that. So I'm going to check all those numbers in between 2 and my number to see if it's prime. Then if any of those were divisible, I was going to put those in a list. Then I tested, after I got done, I tested the whole thing. If there was anything in the list, it returned false. And then if it was empty, it returned true. Oh, and then I was actually pretty proud of myself. And then I started thinking about it, and I started learning more, and I started learning more. And I went, and this is kind of your hint right here. Then I realized that, well, wait a second. If this happens, I can stop. So if I'm going through, and then let's start back over. So then I clean this up some. Is prime my x? Oh, what'd I do? What'd I forget? My colon, because I left out. Because I knew I left something out because I was under my def. All right. So then I go, wait a second. So I'm over processing here. I don't need this. I just need to know if this passes, because then that is a fail. I only have to wait on one. So if this jumps down here at all, right? Because I'm testing numbers that should not happen. It should not be divisible by 0. So then I clean this up for in range, same test, 2x, what I forget again, then if x, then n equals 0, return false. And I do not need that. Now, so then I did this. Then return true. So I had learned at this point right here, I had learned about break. And then we'll learn about continue later. But I learned about break. So inside a loop, once you get to a break, if you have a condition that's met, you hit break, it jumps out of the first loop. So if you have multiple loops, you have to jump out multiple times. If you want to end the whole thing, you have to, a break only jumps out one loop. That is super important. So then I run across a bit of information called dead code. Well, the way that return works in Python is once a return is activated, every single thing below that is dead, is not activated at all. All right? So then I go, well, wait a second. I got some stuff. I got some stuff out there that, and I knew it was, and I looked around, and this is why you don't ever delete anything, okay? So now I'm like, wait a second. I think I got this. So now I can do this where I can get this down to my prime. Actually, let me leave this here. Z, copy, just so you can see the evolution. So then now I can do this where I can test a number to see if it's prime, and I can do this in 1, 2, 3, 4 lines of code. And it's readable, you understand what it's doing, and you can go from there. So that is the evolution of how to see if a number is prime. So now I'm going to show you how to find any prime number, nth, the nth prime number. So I just told you that there was a time when I was learning, and I'm still learning. Oh my God, I'm learning all the time. I'm writing bad code, and the code is getting better and better and better. So this is to test if a number is prime, but that does not give me. I'm only testing. So what happens if I want to find the 1/100th prime number, or the 1000th prime number? Okay, so you're just learning about the help and dir. Okay. Do you know about the interactive help prompt? Write that down in chat. Do you know about the help prompt, the interactive help prompt, where you don't pass in anything? You just, so then you can actually then begin to search. You actually have the prompt right here, and you can type in, you can type in something specific. Like I remember I started to learn about that in IPython. And there's IPython and then the shell, and the interactive prompt was one that kind of bled them over. But look, you can, because I remember I was having such a hard time with with is and not and keywords, and especially trying to, like, what did it do? And because you can't run on anything else. So here we just talked about break. So I literally can type in break. Oh, here we go. So I have documentation. So these are the things, if it's not giving you enough in the documentation, come to the interactive prompt and you will get plenty. So here, break control, and then we'll try. You got try and accept, and then raising exceptions. Okay, so you didn't know about the interactive prompt. Awesome. So you can literally type in anything. So that was in what modules. Oops. So this is going to take a second because I have a ton. So a module is just like those others. I was importing math. These are files that are, you're going to hear packages, modules, libraries. All of these things are the same. So you're going to have, and all they are is Python files, .py. That Python knows how to read, and then they have documentation and how to use them. Now, I can't ever remember if it's the sys module, SYS. So it's going to begin to start pulling this down. So I forget how big this stuff is. I may actually, well, good. I'm glad this is helpful, because again, the reason why I created this channel was because I had some mainstays that I would go and look. Then they wouldn't have everything. They were super, it's my pleasure for sharing this. And that was the reason why I created this channel, was, look, those are all the modules I have, all the Python files, all the modules, and that are sitting on this hard drive. There were other computers too, and a laptop. So this is just the beginning, and you can search and look at all the documentation. Yes, it does, because that is why Python is so awesome. The creators and the maintainers make this very clean and clear and readable. Everybody talks about and wants to give Python a hard time about certain things. But the reason why, you are very welcome, that Python is so powerful and so amazing and so wonderful to use is the amount of people that are involved in this. I mean, there is a foundation that all they do is monitor, respond to bugs, and help out, and they sponsor Pi conferences. I have not had the luxury of going, but I will be going when things start settling down very soon. The next closest one that is going to be near me is that's like my dream, is to figure out, because I do donate to the PSF, the Python Software Foundation, because these people do this, and a lot of them volunteer their time. But I mean so yes, if just something to think about. So all right, I know sorry, I get all wound up, but I love this, and I want you guys to have all the support that you guys need to learn everything you want to. So all right, where are we? So we just did primes. Let's see, what's next that I wanted to talk about? Range functions. We did multiple assignments last time. Oh, some string methods. I want to look at some string methods. We need to talk about that. str. Some of these are very, very powerful. So let's look at, we need to look at join, we need to look at find, we need to look at count. What do I have here? Find, well, I wrote find, index, and count. So here's one that I love to do. All right, so for dad, I got a bunch of dads here. I want to see if you can see them. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So now let's look at help str.find. String, whatever your string is, dot find, substring. So I want you to think about that for a second. You're using a string method and you're going to look for a substring. Return the lowest index in the string where the substring is found. Return -1 on failure. All right, let's say that again. Return the lowest index. So we know about indexing. We're going to start at 0. And then we're going to, and it's going to find the lowest. So it's going to start at the beginning and then move over. Maybe. And then if it's not there, it's going to return -1. So that can be helpful for things later. So all right, dad dot find, then D, 0. Now let's move over and do A. It's at 1. So that was 0, then A. Now watch this. If I go DA, where's this going to be found? Any guesses? Let's see. Let's check chat. Any guesses of where that might be found? What's the index that that's going to return? We got any guesses? All right. It's going to be 0 still. Because this right here is right here. Now, I got 2 A's. If I put in another A, that should be what? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Did I do that right? 8. Index 8. Now let's pass it, Q along with this? 0. Good. All right. So what should return here? So I'm looking for the substring DQ. -1. It is not there. So now here's where this fun dilemma happens. So I got DAD. Start. So if I want to look for dad inside my variable of DADA, DDA, DAAA, DADA, where's this? But if I do DADD, that should be 0, 1, 2. If I add another D. All right. So now, if I want to, we'll actually do this next time. This is until you get into regular expressions and very sophisticated, this has a downfall where this is only going to find the first instance. I don't like this lowest. If we say the first instance, it will return the index of the first instance. So it stops looking once it finds right here. Once it finds it, it's done. And then it looked here and it had this, but it does not count. All right, so if I do count dad.count a, how many a's are there? Let's bring this back in. Oh, dad. Bring that there. Put this here. It's getting a little too. All right, so I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 A's. Dad.count D. Helps if I get my parentheses in there. I also have 7. I guess I didn't remember that. Now if I do dad.count dad, how many should I have? 1, 2, 3, 4. So it looks like we got a problem to solve for next time. So why didn't this work? Well, let's look and see how this works. So string.count, return the number of non-overlapping occurrences of substring. What do we have right here? So that is where we're going to leave off today. And guess what? There's actually a video out there. So we're gonna pick back up there. Actually, let's do index. So before we cut, help.string.index. Return the lowest index, the first occurring index in a substring where in the string where substring is found. So we got dad.index and then D 0. Then DAD index. Let's just copy this. Sorry, you guys your time is very valuable. So then A, and then let's get dad back in here. Boom. All right, return the lowest. So I can look for all right, still 0. Now let's find where, don't we have a DDAD? DDAD. So what is that? 5, so it's index 4. Boom. So there we go. All right. We are going to solve, oh, my pleasure, absolutely. So we're going to handle this next time. We're going to look at that, and if you actually want to go and look at the video how to solve it, so you can come back tomorrow and be a little bit more refreshed, and I'll go over it again, and we'll just keep moving. Let's see if I got through all the notes. Yeah, I actually did. We need to finish up with nth prime. We did and or string module. So yeah, well, I am having a blast doing this, and I hope you guys are getting something out of this. And I really appreciate you guys spending your time with me, because I do know that is our most valuable resource. We only have 24 hours in a day, and 168 hours in a week, and it's very, very valuable. So I just want to tell you guys thank you so much for spending your time with me, and we will pick back up here for our third stream for the week, and an hour seems about right, but I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, go ahead and do that. notification bell. Go ahead and give the video a thumbs up. And if you know anybody who is struggling to learn Python, send them over here. Send them the link to that first 100 playlists so they can save a little pain and anguish. So, all right, guys. Thanks, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Well, hey everybody, we're back today. This is Sam with Python Basics, and I think I titled this right as this is our 6th live stream. This is a complete beginner. This is us going through our first 100 videos of our playlist that's down in the description below. So if there's anything we've gone over that you want to be able to go back and laser focus, it's down in that playlist. So, all right, let's just go ahead and pick up where we left off yesterday. And actually, I realized that I've been explaining the odd, even, and have a different way of explaining it so we can actually begin to grasp a nested condition. So let's go back and touch on that for just a second. So, all right. So here's our prime. So, okay. No, I don't want that. All right. So is let's just go odd even. Def odd even. Taking a num. So I've kind of changed this a little bit, and I realized that I'd completely forgotten. I knew it wasn't the way that I had been, but I was looking at the notes videos, the episodes 1 through 100. So, because there's going to be times where you're going to have, especially when we look at leap years, that's a little bit of foreshadowing. But let's say I want to discuss, what we're going to look at is a nested condition. So you have one condition that's met, and then inside that you have two. So let's just go ahead and look at that. So you could do this one of two ways. You could test if, how about we look at this? If num equals 0, then return 0, then else, then, so we've captured and we've solved our problem right in the middle. So then in our else, we can go the other way. So then if num greater than 0, return positive. And then we have everything else. Return negative. Boom. That is a perfect nested condition right here. So you have 3 scenarios. We grab 0 in the middle, and then everything else, but then we can go positive, and then everything else. So I realized that we did not do a nested condition yet, and then I did not use the technique that I had kind of, again, been using over the years. So all right, let's just go ahead, and I said we'd pick back up on our find and our dad example, our string for dad. So let's go ahead and pull that up. So if you're joining us today, thanks for being here. If you are completely new, this is a new experiment. We are doing live streams 3 times a week on top of our regular videos in the series. And the series we're working on right now is stock data. And I'm having a hard time moving myself off of that because I think I've shared that's that's the main thing I use. Other than teaching and moving on, that's the main thing that I use. So, and it's my two loves. I've been in the stock market for a very, very, very long time, and then when I learned about Python and I've merged the two of these together, that's that. So, and also these live streams are a recap, a bundle, however you want to think about it, of all of the playlist of the first 100 episodes in the playlist that's down in the description below. So let's jump back with where is it? All right, our dad problem. So here it was, and we were looking at the help on string.find. All right, so this is important in our second example. We're going to actually do this two separate ways. We're going to do it one really simple in a for loop, and then we are going to do it and we're going to wrap it in a function. So I want you to think about that term before we get going. So here we are. We got this right here. So what find does, so again, we're going to do it with control with a for loop, and then we'll jump in. So let's just go ahead and do this. So one, we need to have a counter, right? Because we're wanting to count how many strings, I don't know, how many strings of dad are there? Excuse me, DAD, to be really explicit. And that's actually one of the, and if you are super new with Python, you guys may not have ever seen, oh my goodness, I can't think of it, the implicit, explicit, oh my goodness. So here's another module that is the Zen of Python. Here we go. These are the rules that you should abide by. And you just type import this and it pulls it up. Beauty is better than ugly. Explicit is better than implicit. So don't, like this, don't kind of go through and suggest what you might be doing. Do this very rigidly. I want to split this up. I got 3 conditions. Boom. I'm going to nail out the center one. Then everything else. Then bam, I'm going to separate everything that side. Then again, boom. Now this is literally everything else that is left. Left. Oh, wow. And it goes to the left for negative. Never actually said that before. Errors should never pass silently. That is one thing when you have an exception. Don't try to grab them all. But yes, these are the written. Flat is better than nested. So sometimes you can. Complex is better than complicated. So just wanted to share that. If, again, I know we have a lot of super new people to Python, and I wanted to make sure that you guys have seen and heard of that. The Zen of Python. So all right, so we're counting our dads, our string DAD, excuse me. And let me pull up the notes. So we said first we were going to do this with a for loop. Now, also, so we're going to need to figure out how to slice this. Let me get this over here so we can see it. So how do we get dad? So we're going to have our starting point. So then we also need an intermediary variable. Actually, for the for loop, we don't, because we're going to use our range function. So let's see. DAD, yep, still sitting there. So DAD, for us right now, we need an intermediary. So DAD, then slice this at I through, how long is dad? 3 characters, right? So through I plus 3. So let's go through this. So what does our slicing do? Has a starting point and then an ending point. And it goes 3 characters. So 0, and the length of DAD is, of course, 3. So starting point, Python doesn't care that that's a variable. I know I've said that a couple other times, but if you're just joining us today, I understand that we need to repeat that. So that is, 0, 1, 2, 3. Included, excluded. 0, 1, 2. That's why that needs to be 3, because it's the length. So we count 0, 1, 2, 3. So if I use range and for len, I don't think I've done this yet. So what am I doing here? For I in range 10, print I. Just like our slicing. Start, stop, step. When it's 1, it's just the stop. So starts at 0, always starts at 0 unless you give it a start. And those are 10 numbers because we start at 0. So 1 through 9 is 9 plus 0, 10 numbers. So now, here's my intermediary variable. So just like this. So if I were to change I to 1, well, let's be clean and clear because this is what we're about to do. So if I increment I just moved I over 1. I just made I larger by 1. So now I run this and I get, I needs to be 0. Then I'm going to increment it by, now I call this again. So I get dad, and I is 0. So then I increment by 1. Then I call this again. And I shifted it over 1 index because I made I 1. So now that you kind of see this, now I'm going to use my loop, and we're going to print dad I plus 3. All right, and I don't need this anymore. So what am I doing? Each time through, I is getting larger, and it's moving on. So now let's just go ahead and print this, and you'll see what this is doing over here in a second. Oops. For I in, there we go. When I is 0, I get dad. Then when index is 1, I get ADA. Then I get dad. Then I get add. Then I get DD. So here we go. This is what's happening. DAD, ADA, DAD, ADD, DDA. So I'm looking at 3, an increment, a length of 3, and I'm slicing through this. So now I want to actually test if this is equal to dad. I want to increment my count of counting of dad by 1. Then when I get done outside of my loop, because if I were to put it here, it would do this every time. If I were to do it here, it would do this. Actually, let's look at order of operation. Print count. Let's look at this. And did not get rid of that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, that is only printing out count every time count is increased because it's inside our condition. Now let's back this out one more. So now this is going to count every time I is incremented because it's inside my for loop. So I should get some repeat numbers. 1 1 2 2 2 3 3 3 3 3 4 4 4 4 4. Now if I back this out one more, I will only get count one time when this whole script is executed. Let's just go ahead and do that and look at this right now. Boom. So that is one of, because I don't think I've explicitly said that about our indentation. So now we need to wrap this in a function, which is something that now that you can do. You can create a function and we can go from here. So how would we do that? What is one of the first, what's the keyword? Somebody put in comments. What's the keyword that we need to have to start to build a function? Anybody? All right. It's def. So we're going to comment all this out. And then we're going to go ahead and get started. Not that one. All right. So we're going to call this def substring. And we're going to take two arguments. First the string, then the substring we're looking for. And so, all right, we're actually going to utilize the find. So we don't need to then search the length and go about it. So let's look back what find does. And we're going to utilize these rules. So find, or str.find, if I can spell. All right, let's pull this over. Return the lowest. So we look at this. We're going to replace lowest and think first. Return the first index in the string where the substring is found. And if it's not found, it's going to return -1. So we need to handle this. And then we're going to look at how to format something. We're going to use string formatting. We'll do fstring later, but sometimes I like to show string formatting and then bring in fstring so you can see the logic of how it works, so you can kind of grasp them. Now, I'm a big fan of count, place, multiple assignment, especially if it is something simple as 0 and 0. So we've seen this before, multiple assignment on one line, right? So that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do first. We're going to do count and place. 0, 0. And what this is saying is, so find is going to look at it's going to find the lowest first, the first index. So we're going to need to have a number, because if we start there, because it won't find any overlapping. Count won't. Remember what count does? Help str.count. You might say, well, why aren't we using count? Well, because it returns number of non-overlapping. We have DAD. This would not, count would not grab this. Now, regular expressions, and we'll deal with that later, could do this much cleaner and much neater. But we're going to use what we have, so we can just call this anytime we want to. So, now what did we learn about our while loop? That it does something over and over and over again until exhausted. So while s.find, then sub, and place. So to remind you what we're doing right here, so we're using our S, so we're looking inside S, that's why we stayed consistent. Then this is what we're going to be looking for. This is the substring we're going to be looking for. And the beginning place is 0. So that's where we're starting. And you might say, well, when we looked over here, we didn't need to. Well, in the first go round, I remember when I was first figuring this out and trying to figure this out, I was like, well, you don't need it the first time, but then you need it the second time. Okay, so you need it every single time, just the first one is 0, right? And then I went, oh, okay. So that is the thing about programming is, what are the rules? You may originally think, so the way that I said that was very important. You don't need it the first time because it's already it starts at the beginning, so it's already 0. Okay, so I'm going to explicitly set that to 0. Place 0. So that's what we're doing here. So now, then how does find work? Returns the first index, returns the lowest index, the first index. So we need to do two things right here. First, we're going to find out where it is. If it's there, it's going to give us a place. So let's set this, because I want you to think about this, because we're going to be using reassign. We're going to be reassigning a variable place over and over again each time this goes through. So while x less than 5, print x, then increase x by 1. Oops. And that should be less than. There we go. So it printed it, and then see, you could do an experiment with seeing the order of operations here. How many times will this come out? And that's also very important. So when you're having a problem, and the one that I love to explain is, if you think about like a maze where you go in and you always go to the right first, then you check in front of you, then you check to the left. Those are you want to lay out a program that is going to do the same thing the same way every single time, so then you can just move through and you know what it's going to solve. Boom, boom, straight, down, up, turn around, come back up. So if you're going through columns and you step forward, turn right, go all the way down, turn around, come all the way up, then turn right again, you just had a repeatability to go through a maze and check 3 columns. That is how and what loops are powerful for. How can you set this up? How can you repeat it? What are the instructions that can be repeated? Then boom, you put it in a loop and you've solved the problem. That is probably the most important lesson that I've found to tell young people. What are the instructions that you can repeat them, and then move on. Because the two things that a human being struggles with is doing the same task over and over and over again and remembering things. Well, guess what? It wasn't directly invented to do this. It was almost just a goof. The personal computer, it was a bunch of lights, and then there was somebody figured out how to get stuff to happen on it. But computers can remember anything you tell it, and they're awesome at doing the same thing over and over and over again, and it will never make a mistake. All right, so here we go. So find, return the lowest index. So this is going and checking to make sure this is not negative. correct? Because the first time through, if it's the very first instance, it's going to be index 0. So it needs to be greater than 0. So that's why it's greater than or equal to 0. So then it's just s.find. Let me assign it, actually. s.find. Then we're going to place, then we're going to give sub, and then we're going to check the place. Then we're going to go up by 1. You might say, well, why in the world are you going up by 1? Because we need to move over just 1. Because you don't want to test the exact index, because we just found it. So it's going to be 0. So it's setting at 0, goes through, checks 0. So then wherever that is, right here, then I want to come over and check now that one. So I want my place, if I just found it, I want to check my place where it was found over by 1, my A. Now, so I just found it, right? It was found, it was greater than 0, so it was found. And it was found at index 0. So now I want to increment my count. Count, increment by 1. So now when I get done, we're going to use return. Actually, let's use print first so we can see this. So now here is string formatting. Happens. Times. So before you saw me typing format, then sub, and count. So what am I doing here? Now, how did I know something was wrong? Because, one, let me show you this. So I got this weird indentation. It's not supposed to be here. It's supposed to be right here. And then also, if you look very carefully, this is going to gray out. Python script is very intuitive. So watch really carefully right here. I'm going to close out this parentheses, and it's going to gray out all of this. Watching? All right. So now I'm going to do one more parentheses. It's going to gray out my entire print function. Boom. That's a double check to realize that, hey, you've grabbed everything. All right, cool. So now I'm going to do sub string. Then I'm going to pass it dad, which is already here in memory. I got it up here in my script. And then I want to look for dad. And now let's look over here and what string format did. So I showed you this. We got name equals SAM. So then I call name, and then I want to put these together. Hi name. So I put a little space here because I hit my keyboard, so that's a character. So it's a placeholder. If you press a key, it goes into memory. So and it's a ASCII. It has a value. So this is weird, and then you have to remember: am I in a string? Am I out of string? Am I in quotation marks? Well, here's string formatting, and I know you're probably screaming at the screen. Why aren't you using F string? Well, because there are new people here who I want to show them. I've found much greater success explaining string formatting and then moving on to F string. It's just easier to grasp. Now, so here are my brackets, curly brackets. Say it's on the same key as the square brackets. So curly brackets, whatever I want so I wanted the substring, then the substring happens this many times. So then I close this string out, put dot format, and then I pass in the variables, and they have to be they have to be equal to each other, the same number of arguments. So I got 2 curly brackets and I got 2 variables. So now I'm going to call this, boom, lo and behold, dad happens 4 times, occurs, happens. So there we are. All right, so let's keep moving. All right. So we talked about, here is a perfect one. Factors, divisors. And then we'll move into the nth prime, and then we'll kind of wrap it up for today. So a divisor. Let's think about that. What is a divisor? A number that divides evenly into a value. So 2 is a divisor of 4 and 8, and 8 has a divisor of 4, 2, and 1. All right. And 8. All right. So let's just go ahead and get into it. Let's close this out. Comment that. And if you're new here, thanks for joining us. This is a new little experiment that I've been doing of these live streams. This is a recap of the first 100 episodes of the videos on this channel, and it has the description down below. So if you see something and you want to go back and look at it and you're not sure where it was in this video, you can go down to that playlist and then find the video in there. All of these are just a recap and a review of all of those. So let's look at divisor. So we just talked about, let's do 21. So 21 divisor is 3. Then 21, a divisor is 7. And because we know this, because this is our modulo operator, and it returns any remainder, or it returns the remainder of this operation. So let's go and build. We're just going to build a function. Factors x and y. Close that out. So return. So how would we do this? Return is. Have we looked at docstrings yet? So how do we want to do this? Is y, find if y is a divisor of x. 1, 2, 3. Close this out. X modulo y. Now, I remember when I was first doing this, so I went and we did this the long way. If this is equal to 0, return true, else return false. But we learned just the other day that we can put this all on one line. So now, factors. Let's check. Now, also, what did we learn the other day? And if I pass these in and I return these, nothing happens, right? So I need to move these and wrap them in a print function. So we're going to check if 2 is a divisor of 8, and check if 7 is a divisor of 21, and check if 3 is a divisor of 10, or factors. And then Then what we'll do is we are going to look and see how in the world we could find all of the factors. So this is a warm-up to how can you find the factors of an integer. All right, so let's run this. Oop. Helps if you, I guess in the video, I guess I use factor. Oh yes, it is factor because I'm just testing. Actually, let's be more accurate because we're testing to see if y is a factor, a divisor of these. So there we go. True, true, false. So we know 2 goes in evenly to 8, 7 goes in evenly to 21, and 3 does not go in evenly to 10. And we can just come over here and glance, and we have a remainder of 1. So now we need to look at how in the world, because I'm going to show you ugly way, and then I'm going to show you good way to find all factors. Def factors of x. Again, this is to show you full disclosure of the really unclean, non-Pythonic way, range 2, because I already know 1 is a divisor. So then I'm using the range function, going through, I'm grabbing x, going up by 1 because I need to include that. Then if x divided by I equals 0, then print, oops, no, we're doing that next. Then I'm going to take my list, append it by I, and then print D. And then we can change that to return here in a little bit. And then factors of 8. Let's run this. And I get 2, 4, 8. And we could change this to, let's go there, get rid of the 2. Oops. Oh, should be 1. Okay, actually, why'd that work? Here, why'd that happen? Because if I gave it one number, it's automatically going to start at 0, and 0 is going to throw out an error. So that needs to be, there you go. That needed to be 1, not 2. So 1, 2, 4, 8. So let's pass in what? 64. So what do we get? Oh, here we go. Here's some factors of 64. What is 102? All right, cool. Now let's clean this up. This is pretty ugly. So what we're gonna do is now we're gonna use list comprehension. So let's do a little recap of what list comprehension is. It is a way on one line to, not only is it a little bit readable, it is time efficient inside Python. And we can look at that scenario later, that it's just faster. The way that it is designed, the way that it utilizes, and the architecture of the memory and the processing just happens faster. So here we go. We're going to do an empty list, L. So for I in range 10, if I modulo 2 equals 0, so if this is even, L dot append I, so then L is 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. Now let's do this on one line. L equals, let's do our brackets, for I in range 10. I recommend you do it this way first. Now, we want I to have, so you go back to the beginning. This is what I recommend. This is what I found is best practice in explaining this. So you do your loop, you do your header. Then at the beginning of it, if you just want it to go in, and then actually I'll show you next how to do any sort of computation. You do that up there. So that goes at the beginning. I just being left alone. I for I in range, boom. We put this, actually let's just stop there. So then I have, boom, there's my list. So now if I want a condition, if I divisible by 2, modulo 2, so if 2 goes into, I don't like that. If 2 goes in evenly, so boom, here's my list comprehension. Let's come back up here. So if I would just for giggles, so then if I wanted to have everything going in from I, and I wanted it multiplied by 2, if I wanted all the even numbers, and then I know that there's going to be 2 of them, call L. So then it goes in, and it's then I multiply by 2. So 0 times 2 is 0. 2 times 1 is 2. So I have 10 numbers. Len of L is 10. And they're all, because this was range 0 through 10, so it's 1 through 9, including 0. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, so then I multiplied them. So now, well, gee whiz, we could do this all on one line. Ooh, sorry guys, I have not looked at any. You've only got access. I was wondering if there was a way to create a function that takes 4 arguments and puts them in another function. Takes the 4. Okay. Let me recap that. All right. I'm wondering if there's a way to create a function that takes in. Well, yes, that you can have nested functions. Yeah, absolutely. I guess what is the scenario that you'd like? Because one, you want to make sure you understand the problem. So if you're just, what ifs are great, but that's going backwards. What you want to do is you want to have a problem, and how small can you make it that you can explain it to a 5-year-old, and that's the computer. That's the software. That's Python. So if you can make the rules simple and as clean as day, because Python only has a set of rules. So all right, let's see. Is there a way to create a function? Yes, you can have 4 functions, or 4 arguments. And then what can happen is actually, yeah, my brain's kind of swirling. Just actually answered that kind of question on, but yes, it's a nested function. Sometimes there might be a better scenario, but yeah, if I better understood what the goal is, then I definitely would be able to. But yes, you can pass on. And I guess my first question would be is why wouldn't we just take those arguments and then put it in that function? But yes, there is a way to pass information back and forth, and we'll get to it, but it's called global. But where you have information, a variable that can go in and out, it's called scope. You have global, global, local, non-local. So yeah, in that scenario, what's kind of coming to mind now is you have a nested function with a function inside of that, and it moves back and forth, and that would be there would be a non-local variable. That's what comes to mind first right now. So I don't know how long that's been sitting in chat. Sorry I didn't click over and look at that. But yes, if you were able to give me a more specific of what we're wanting to do. I'm trying to think of the example that I was able to help somebody with. I'll go back and look at the notes. I try to keep all the notes that whenever I posted anything. Oh, and it's fine you're late. That's what's so cool about YouTube. You can go back and rewatch any of this. So, all right, let's keep moving. I really want to try to get to this one all the way done. So, all right. So now we're going to do factors, and we're going to do this all on one line. So def factors of x, and we're just going to print. We're going to do d I for I in range. Now, this is kind of cool. I want to show you guys a different way to look at this. So how can we go backwards? Have we done that? You guys got any ideas? So if I wanted to put this out and I wanted the largest numbers, so how could I do this if I wanted 9 to come out first? For I in range, I wanted 9 to come out first. 9. Then so if I wanted 0 to come out, would I do 0? Okay. And I want these to be in reverse. So you guys think about if that's right or not. So then print I. So now really I want 10 through 1. Actually, I want 10 through 0. So what would this need to be? So first this needs to be 10. So if I want this to be 0 and I'm going in reverse, I'm stepping by ones, but I'm going negative. I'm going in reverse. So this needs to be -1, right? So I want 0, so it needs to be up to and including -1. So here we go. 10 all the way down to 0. Like if you're counting down and you're going through. So all right, let's do this right here. Let's do x 0, because I don't want to include 0, and I'm going -1. If x I equals, boom, print d. Actually, that is for, when I'm doing, I'm sorry, I've lost track of my notes. Don't look at that. We'll do that next. Let's look at our nth prime number. Sorry about that. I lost track and looked at these notes in a very long time. So now, what we've been doing is we looked at, let's come back up here and copy this. Prime is prime. So we're checking right here is if a number is prime. So we're going to utilize this to check all the numbers, because I don't know which ones are prime, but I have a tool right here that can do that for us. So now it is literally this simple, and this is how you can use actually, let's comment this out. I'm going to show you this first. This is how we use, I remember this was in one of the first little things I read. Def new line, print blank line. All right. So then I call new line, right? I get a blank line. So then I call def 3 lines, print, or excuse me, new line, copy, and then so what happens when 3 lines? Okay, so now def 9 lines. You see where I'm going with this? This is an awesome example. And get rid of that. Wow. Sorry, guys. This is horrible. Alright, so save this, run this. Then I get 9 lines. So what did I do? I take a function. Python does not care about this. It just knows, it goes, hey, I've heard of this. It comes up here, looks at it. Okay, you want me to do this? So then Python comes down here. Okay, put this in. Hey, I know this. Comes up here, does this. Oh yeah, that's up here. Let's do this. Boom. 9 lines right here. Very, very handy. Wonderful example. Guess what? We're going to use that same technique right here. All right, let's see if we can get this wrapped up in 7 minutes. I think we can do it. All right. Whoa. This is horrible typing today. Sorry, guys. Nth prime. Now, what in the world is nth prime? To the nth degree. Whatever number you want to pass it. I want to find the 5th prime number. 5th. So, okay, so it does not work for first and second, but that's why it's nth. It's the only two. It's the only two that are super special. Oh, I guess and third. First, second, third, and then everything else is th. All right. It took me until I was like 25 to notice that. All right. So what you're going to be entering here is the number. You're not testing a number. You're checking the, hey, I want the 5th prime number. So you're going to set this up. The Python is going to need to go through. So one, you're going to check all the numbers. So you're going to have to start it. Well, we know 1 isn't. And if we think really hard, I gave you a little hint. 2 is the only even prime number. And then all of them are odd. So we got a lot we got to think about there. So we already know what the first one is. First one's 2. Then we're going to need to start at 3 and then go up by 2 all the way through. Okay, so let's just get started. All right, so let's start setting some variables. So we're going to start at 3 because we know that we know the first one is 2. First one 2. So let's start setting this up. Wow. Prime 2 if x equals 1 return, I got this, return 2. All right, so we're cheating here a little bit. If you want the first prime number, I'm just going to spit out 2 because I know that. And then we're going to start counting up. All right, so then while prime less than x, because we're counting. All right, so this is our nth prime number. This is the quantity of prime numbers. Quantity, place. So 2, 3, setting this second prime number. All right, print while prime is less than, while the prime number is less than this one, we're going to be adding 2 to it every single time, right? Because we know that it's going to be an odd, so we're not going to have to check every number. We can skip a little bit. We can help the processor along. Then we're going to utilize our is prime. So then if the number, whoa, I don't know why I can't type today, but I apologize profusely. So if you're new here, thanks for joining us. This is our new experiment of our streams, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays at 3 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time or UTC. And right now we're working on the first 100 videos. The link is down in the playlist, down in the description below. So now we're utilizing our previous is prime, boom, up here. So then if this is true, we're then going to add increment to our prime number. Then let's get our order of operation down. Then once we're done, once this is going to jump out of our while loop, we're going to return num. How many, what number is it? So there we go. We will test this and look at this next Tuesday. But thank you guys so much for being here. I haven't checked. Well, good afternoon to you, Joe. Ooh, you're attracted? Okay. Yeah, you guys are being awesome. But yeah, Austin, if you get me, if you drop it down in the comments after what you're kind of wanting to do with those 2 functions and the 4 arguments, I'll be more than happy to help you out with that. But as always, guys, please make sure you're hitting that like button, subscribe button, and the notification bell. I know your guys' time is very valuable, so thank you for spending it here with us, and just have really hit some really cool milestones, and I just want to tell you guys thank you very much. A few of you have been around since the beginning. I cannot believe that it's over 3 years now that we've been doing this, but I just want to tell you guys thank you. I really appreciate it. So as always, guys, thanks for watching. Stay tuned, and I will see you guys next time. Bye. Hey guys, thanks for joining us today. I hope you really enjoyed today's video. And if you haven't, check out this video right here or this one right down here. And most important, make sure you're hitting this subscribe button and the notification bell. Thanks again for joining us, and we hope to see you next time. Bye, guys.